What?
Nothing to do.
Don't say that.
Except listen to a bunch of angry people.
Why are they angry?
So there, I guess.
I'm glad you went.
It's a good game, very good game.
I actually watched maybe 10 minutes of it.
See, I was hoping Green Bay would win. Because if Green Bay would have won, it would have been another home,
Yeah,
but things didn't work out.
yeah, I told him, I said, if you don't go and they win, you'll be miserable.
Mhm.
And then when Green Bay did what they did, I said, you would have had no games to watch. And after holding tickets for so long,
Yeah,
so we have a pretty busy today, tomorrow, Wednesday. Zoom, but still.
Wednesday I'll have to leave about 11:30, but one of them guys will call me.
It's landlord
I gotta
tenant,
get
so.
this thing cut off.
I thought that was like 2 more weeks from now.
They were able to move
They
it
moved you up?
I told them, I said, I'm starting to get headaches from it. I said, you gotta do
Are you
something.
serious?
Yeah. And then Friday night, I woke up Saturday morning and I had a spot on my pillow like this where it must have busted loose, but it took the pressure off of it. So,
We still need them to go in there and clean it up and
yeah,
throw a stitch or two in it.
but they gotta go in, they gotta cut it open, go in there and get the sack out of it and then just stitch it back.
Have you had something like that before?
Mhm.
Same spot?
No, they had one back here in my neck, and it got to the point where I couldn't do this. And then I had one on my spine that they took off.
Never go on it. What else? Anything else going on?
Mm-mm. Not a thing. Looks like that Bill's gonna get the DB job, which is good move. He's a good worker.
Yeah,
He's a hustler.
good.
The minute Greg left, they took all. Yeah, it'd be a good move for us.
Well, I saw that they started advertising they were hiring again. And I tell Perkins every time I see him, I'm like, come on
He's,
over.
I mean, he could already have 5 years.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Plea from the prosecutor?
I'm sorry.
That's a plea from the prosecutor?
Yes.
Give me 1 moment, please.
Sure, I'll just take that. You can see right there. Thank you. You first one out of here and everything's taken care of. Awesome. Good thing, man. I'll take it. Yeah. Did they give you a forms?
No.
Oh. Who was the prosecutor? Okay.
So I was asked yesterday about courtroom security. And so I told them the story. I said, I have a guy who stands between me and whatever. I said, I don't usually pay attention until he moves. And when he moves, I still don't do anything. I said, that's his sign to me that he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. So
He's awake.
I said, I have no concern. They asked me to have concerns about safety. I said, no. I said, when he moves behind somebody's chair though, I know what that means. Mr. Bentley, good morning, sir. Would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please? These are 23VB03485 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Kevin Bentley. Would you state your name for me, please?
Kevin Prentice Bentley.
Mr. Bentley, today was the day and time scheduled for your pre-hearings. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Angela Manorino, indicating that these matters are to be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
These cases are hereby dismissed. Anything else this morning?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
That concludes this matter. Have a great day.
You do the same.
Thank you. There's something about the first 2 or 3 cases where I stumble over the words. It's Monday, there was a late night, there was an early morning. So what there is a song from Pirates of the Caribbean called Hoist the Colors. It's yo ho, thieves and beggars. So because it was the Buccaneers yesterday, I said, somebody needs to take that sound and a clip of Hutchinson sacking Mayfield and put that song over the sack, because it was, yeah. These are the things I get distracted by, so. Mr. Ryberger? Would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please? These are 23R008427 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Michael Ryberger. State your name for me, please.
Michael Ryberger.
Sir, the court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that you are aware of the need to finish your certificate of occupancy by early summer, that you'll be pleading responsible to the A file, which is violation of technical requirement, and the B file will be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's how you wish to proceed?
Correct.
The court will accept the plea of the parties, enter a plea of responsible in the A file, assess a fine of $180, and dismiss the B file. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
Then, sir, we'll get the file processed and you can either pay it online or you can pay it downstairs at the clerk's office. Is there anything else this morning?
How long would it take for the paperwork to get downstairs?
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ma'am, would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please? This is 23VB02601ON Van Buren Township versus Sword. State your name for me, please.
Cynthia Leanne Sword.
Thank you, ma'am. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino, asking that this case be adjourned for 30 days.
That's correct.
We will adjourn the case to February 26th at 8:40. And ma'am, you're still at the Sheldon Road address?
That's,
And you anticipate being there for at least the next month?
oh, yeah.
We'll mail a notice to you at that address.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Hello? Judge?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
morning,
Sorry,
Your
we're
Honor.
having technical difficulties.
No, you weren't having technical difficulties.
Are you there?
I'm here. I was in another hearing and I didn't want to bring you in. Your name, please?
Your name, please.
Salem Abdenor,
What time is your case scheduled?
8:50.
Last name is Abdelnour.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, sir, that is 23R008432ON. The court received a notice of dismissal of this matter on Friday from the prosecutor. Do you have any objection to the case being dismissed?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
The case is dismissed. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please? These are 23R008436 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Oncia.
Yes, Oncia.
Thank you. Sir, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. There is a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that you will enter a plea of responsible to the A file, which is the violation of technical requirements, pay a fine of $180, and the B file will be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, I do.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the A file and dismiss the B file. Assess fines of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yeah, I can pay today.
You can pay today. Give us maybe 10 minutes. The files will be downstairs. You'll be able to make payments with the cashiers. Anything else this morning?
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. You have a good day.
Can I wait downstairs by the cashier?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here's the question. If the plea form were carbonated and we signed off on it with the 180, could they go downstairs and pay that way? Or is there a better way for them to go downstairs and pay? Or does it just have to wait for the dispo to be complete?
Yeah, it has to wait.
Okay.
Like right now, it's done, but it's-
You're done with Ancia?
Yeah.
That's why I told them, I said, you don't need to be in here. It's better if you have a signed plea form, because between your offices and in here, it's hard for people who aren't used to the language to say what they're pleading, what the plea is.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm glad he's doing the forms. Well, they're both doing the forms, so. Can you ask me about tomorrow?
Yeah,
Let me look.
that case is that, I think it was on the wrong day.
Huh,
No?
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the docket sheet. Give me 1 second to pull up the actual case. Oh. It. I think we put it there. I put it there because we didn't originally have here on schedule for tomorrow,
Oh,
but it's okay. They have, yeah, part of this is a case that was bifurcated. And the damages part in the counterclaim is in circuit court, so we should be able to, it should be fine. I'll call him up right now.
Oh.
Good morning, how are you?
Doing well, how about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. These are 23VB03332 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Abner Frias.
Freeze.
Frias, Mr. Frias, state your full name for me, please.
Abner Daniel Freeze.
Sir, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino, indicating that all three matters are being dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
These cases are hereby dismissed. Anything else this morning?
No, that is it.
That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. Your Honor. Have a wonderful day as well.
Thank you. Compliance. These are the easier cases because if the unlicensed vehicles are either now licensed or removed from the property, the prosecutor is satisfied.
That's the main goal. For those new condos or those new.
Whose mom?
My wife
Oh, really? Here's a question.
And it's a good thing because, with Jeremy being the only child, whenever anything goes wrong with the house, the grass guys don't show up, or the guys don't show up to do it.
Are you dropping off something or do you have a question?
Oh, okay. Are they coming in? Oh, okay. Yes, I'll make it. I'll make it after.
Thank you. How soon will you be able to get?
They're not gonna be open until the fall.
That's a big building. That's a big building.
It's, she's getting a 2-bedroom, 1-bath,
Oh,
first floor. They charge her $35 a month for her dog. Dogs have to be under 20 pounds.
mhm.
And a $250 security deposit for the dog.
How much is it?
Hers will be $15.50 a month.
What level of service?
Mhm.
Is because it's senior, but is there anything specific or special? Does she need supportive?
Well, they get, there's elevators if you're living on the
Okay.
2nd, 3rd floor.
Nobody's complaining. We're happy that people are compliant, which I know is your ultimate goal.
Me too. And they both came in with registrations and we're going to get registrations. So. Oh, I wanted-
Wonderful. Nobody's complaining. We're very happy that you're being so efficient this morning. Mr. Smith?
What am I?
This is 23RP 06560 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Kenneth Smith. State your name for me, please, sir.
Kenneth Scott Smith.
Mr. Smith, the fact that you're appearing by yourself indicates that you've waived your right to have the assistance of a court-appointed attorney this morning.
Yes.
There is a side agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that you will plead responsible to the civil infraction A file, which is an inoperable vehicle, pay a fine of $180, and the misdemeanor on-kit premises will be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And that's how you wish to proceed?
Yes.
The court will adopt the agreement reached by the parties, impose a fine of $180 in the A file, dismiss the misdemeanor B file. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
No, I'll be able to pay
You'll be able to pay it
today.
today. Give us about 10 minutes. Mary Ann needs to put the information into the file and then it will be downstairs, okay?
Okay.
Thank
I'll
you,
be able
sir.
to pay downstairs.
Yes, sir. In about less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I wonder if we could have, would it be useful to have a copier in here? I don't think we use it that often. I'm just always trying to figure out.
It'd be nice to have a big- big one in my office.
I offered you the big one. You didn't want it. You didn't want it. Mary Ann, oh, thanks. I don't have the file anymore. Oh,
My mom. Oh, no, it was my neighbor, her neighbor. Not my mom.
You have that?
Um, It's just weird because, I mean, they're her friends and she's like, the garage door was open, the car was gone, the cops were there.
what?
My mom's neighbor.
What day
Friday morning. And then she was with me all weekend, so we don't know. You know,
Older neighbor.
yeah, not as old as my mom, he's like 170, the other's like late 60s. But,
It's not old.
no, it's not.
He's like, wait a minute.
They're the ones that are so good to my mom, he's the priest.
Yeah.
And it's just weird. And Mom goes, Mayor, I know I saw a vehicle that's like police. And I said, why are you second guessing yourself? You saw a crowd coming up. But it's just weird. And I said, Mom, it could be that he needed help getting in his house or something. You know, it could be something not like that.
But they're not home now.
Well, when I dropped her off yesterday, the garage door was down. So it was up, she said, I'm fine.
So she didn't just call them?
That's what I said, let's call Bob.
Yeah.
She said, I don't want you to know the name. I said, "Oh,
Yeah. Nosy.
whenever there's been something in our house, the ambulance, they're there. I should have just called.
That's my neighbor. She called last week. She said, I rang the doorbell, nobody answered. But earlier she had come home and his truck was in the driveway, but the lift gate was up. And she was concerned. She said, but then he was gone. So it had resolved itself.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
she
yeah,
still
yeah.
called up. I said, no. He was, because I had to talk to him and I called him back. She's like, I called the house and nobody answered and I don't have his
See?
number. I said, he was getting groceries out and that, I said, so when you saw it, that's what it was. He was back and forth.
Oh, see, that's what we have neighbors for.
Mhm.
We do, Mom.
And we don't call a lot, like she'll text me more than anything else.
Yeah.
But then there's other people who will call and say, hey, we haven't seen our room, we're going out of town. There's a specific person who will talk to and say, hey. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Christmas is over.
Look, lady. I know.
I know you've got new stuff.
I know,
You
I
what,
have
the
one little
snowman's
heart.
really cute.
Well, they have classes, which I want to take another class. They make hearts. So it's a mold that you put the glass in to make the heart. Yeah. I have a little wooden heart that says be kind, I think that me do. But I don't have any stuff, so.
Are you, that surprises me, that you don't have the mountain stuff.
I have nothing for here. Like at home, we have a flag and runners and
Yeah.
stuff for the tables and kitchen towels and bathroom towels and stuff like that.
Are they out yet?
No. Because here's the problem. If you change it now, it's the 22nd. Valentine's Day is still 4 weeks away.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 weeks away. And then when do you take it down that you put up St. Patrick's Day stuff? So you have to balance it. It's a February thing. Not my first rodeo. Oh.
Yeah.
Does your mom plan to, when he gets back from his class, figure out
What? Oh, I'm like, oh, that was fast.
Come on now, Van Buren's on it. What are you talking about? I knew what she was talking about. Come on now.
Yeah, when Mike gets back from his computer, he's like the inside chef. He's at my right now. He called me 3 times and then vanished.
He's not MIA, he just doesn't want to talk to you.
Well, why did he call me 3 times then?
And then he returns call and he doesn't pick up.
Yeah, Mike said.
It was a
he's
butt
down-
dial.
He's down the hall talking to bosses, so.
Uh-oh.
You know, he's gotta get that FaceTime in the next couple weeks.
Listen, you.
I'm just jealous. I'd love to be retired in 3 weeks.
Is that what he's gone?
He's retiring. Yeah.
Wow. How many
February
years?
15th, a lot.
A lot.
Would you stop?
It's so much, I don't know the numbers.
I mean, he's been there since the 90s, so. yeah.
Retire and do what? What are you gonna do on retirement?
Things, stuff.
Whatever I wanna do. Travel.
Really?
Because they don't have time to go.
That's the benefit of being self-employed, right?
Yeah.
That you can now go when you want to go.
You know, just tell Greco that. Stop giving me something. Yell at me.
Really? You're gonna gallivant?
Yes.
Let's gallivant. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Okay,
Anywhere and everywhere.
we
I'm
need
very
tickets
flexible.
we need tickets for Dale, and I would go to Vegas for that. Ticketmaster and I didn't get along on that.
Ticketmaster gets along with no one, Judge.
Well, I signed up to get into
Oh,
the
like
queue
special,
for it, and
yeah.
and then they closed it, and then they opened it up and added more shows. Thank you.
And they didn't call you back and say, "Sort it out last time," but that's what they should have done.
Is it a dual to the bar?
What's wrong?
Oh, Barnes goes, well, we didn't get this code, and I said, ooh, she read the name, I said, ooh, we've done that.
What is it?
The P40L, the gray,
That's sitting right here?
is that, yeah?
Why is she looking for it already?
She said he's down there with my.
He's not down there. He's sitting right here.
Hello.
We're talking about you because somebody just called for your file to be dispositioned. Have you already been down to the clerk's office?
I have not, the gentleman, the prosecutor, or I'm not sure, if he's the attorney for the city.
Right,
Yeah, he and I just spoke, and then he said, sit here,
okay.
and then he handed you a file.
You're fine. There's something else that just happened that we're curious how. The next step after you leave the courtroom is calling looking for you. And we're just curious how that happened, if you and I haven't already had our moment in the sun here. This is 23R008426 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Alcodre.
Yes.
Would you come up here, please, to this podium in the middle? And state your full name for me.
Abdul Kader Al Qadri.
Thank you, sir. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, that indicates that you will finish the rental registration and inspection process, plead responsible to the A file, which is the violation of the technical requirements, and the B and C files would be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's how you wish to proceed?
Yes.
The court will accept your plea of responsible to the A file, assess the agreed upon fine of $180, and dismiss the other two civil infractions. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, ma'am, I'll pay it today.
Give Mary Ann maybe 5 minutes. Your files will be downstairs. You can pay at the counter. Anything else this morning?
Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. You
And stay
too.
warm.
Trying.
Thank you.
That's funny. I want to know how that happened. So let me make you laugh. After Marlisa.
Yeah, and we just did that, so. Okay, thanks. Okay, bye.
So on Saturday morning, I reach into a drawer, grab a t-shirt, and it is a Detroit Fire Department shirt. And I got it from a friend of mine that I have known for, let's do the math, 36 years.
Whoa.
Is that right? He drove fire engines for City of Detroit Fire Department, but we met at Mumford High School, where we both took driver's training. We didn't go to Mumford High School, but it was close to the house I lived in growing up. And he and I got paired together in the car. And this car had one three cycle light and one stop sign. He gets in the car, reclines the chair, rolls through the stop sign. He's speeding on this closed course. And so I always think of, we're still friends. We've known each other since we've known each other for, like I said, 36 years. And every time I see this shirt, which I don't wear it that often, but when I wear it, I always think of him and the fact that we took this driver's training on this closed course with this, at the time, Mumford was this big school painted blue, and I could see it from my front yard. And so I would leave my school in downtown Detroit, not drive, I would ride the bus to Mumford to take this driver's education. And so when people would say, well, how do you know him? I said, we met in driver's training. How did you meet in driver's training? So we tell this story. So I wear this fire department shirt. So I think of him. And I cannot believe it because it is.
When he was in driver's training, he rolled through.
And our driver instructor, his name was Coach Baker. And I don't know, he was the coach of what sport from what school. I don't know. But you could see the drivers, the course when you're driving on Wyoming in Detroit. It was just north of 6 Mile. And I still drive by there, and they've changed the school. There's a brand new building. There's a football field there now. But when I drive by there, I always think of him. And he's funny, Mr. Batar.
Oh, what did I do?
Nothing. We're just happy to see you in person.
I'm happy to see you guys in person.
I like it better when you're sitting in your desk with the flat Stanley. It's not flat Stanley anymore, though.
You know, one day I'm gonna have to redo that office. Take all the artwork down. Don't make new stuff for me.
Well, Mary Ann was just giving me a hard time because I haven't switched over to Valentine's Day yet.
Is that right? It's got my son was watching Fox News or Fox 2 local channel this morning, and there were commercials on for jewelry. And he said, oh my God, that's so expensive. And then my daughter's saying, well, it's jewelry. Jewelry is expensive. Already trained, 9 years old. She already there.
Miss Ramsey, these are 23VB03408 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Shawnee Ramsey. Your appearance, please.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Ramsey, Your Honor.
Are you okay?
Yeah, just.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize to me. My condolences to you. If you need Kleenex, he can bring you some.
Okay.
Today, I'm sorry, ma'am. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing and the arraignment pre-trial. The court has received an agreement signed between Mr. Batar and the prosecutor indicating that both these matters will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
These cases are hereby dismissed. My condolences to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hopefully that'll make your day a little better.
Thank you.
No, you don't have to do anything. You didn't talk about it or anything, right?
No.
Okay. You're all set.
Thank you so much.
Nope.
But all I do is dismiss it.
Okay.
Thanks for giving that. My phone.
Oh. Using up my last favorite.
How is that your last favorite?
Believe me, I use it a lot.
I need to use it.
Did you know that our phone hearing was on? 11:16, 11:31, but we have an 11 o'clock tomorrow.
But after 11 o'clock.
But I think that the main concern there was restitution.
On Friday.
Correct. These are 23R008429 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Dylan Zelinski. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing at 8:40. Excuse me, at 8:40 a.m. The court has received a signed agreement from the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, and the defendant's wife indicating that these matters will be dismissed unless the defendant's wife is an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Michigan. The court is unable to accept the dismissal as a stipulated dismissal and will take it as a dismissal of these matters by the prosecutor. Anything else, ma'am? Thank you. This court cannot participate in the unauthorized practice of law. No, ma'am, not today. Well, not any day.
So I'm walking up the hallway. And the phones are, like, because I can feel it vibrating in my watch. So you're done. And, yeah, and she started laughing. She said, "Oh, I'm sorry." Especially yesterday in this courtroom, I can barely make out.
What's going on? Is this something new?
No, come on, it's like wearing glasses, you don't want to.
No, do not encourage him. He's little by little trying to get out of here. No, you can keep coming up with stuff. We're gonna keep fixing you. We're gonna rebuild you. We can make you better.
Jamie says he's just gonna give me this way till Tim, and then after Tim got his, he started on me. He's just gonna give us 2 garage door openers.
Hey, did they do you have?
No,
I'm doing it at lunchtime. We get the letter opener and some duct tape.
I did send it for lunchtime.
Does Carolyn have to go with you? Are you kidding? Are you going to the dermatologist? Oh,
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
that's so convenient, isn't it?
Oh, when you have to go there and have like surgery where, like for that one I had on my
Yeah.
face. I had to sit there, they take the part off, they send it to the lab. Then I'd have to sit there and wait and see if they got it all, they didn't get it all 3 times, right?
Oh.
So when they put you back in that room, it's such a nice room. It's got reclining chairs, it has a big screen TV, they bring you lunch. Oh, it's a high class place. I'm sure we're paying for it, but
Yeah, somewhere.
But you know what? It started with the face because it was the face
Yeah.
and then it was the eye.
yeah.
And now recently it's this and now this and all. No,
Ears.
no, he's little by, no, I'm not falling for it, sir.
Oh, I'm not going nowhere.
I know.
You're wanting us to die.
Yeah.
It's that good insurance.
I'm a insurance company's nightmare and a doctor's dream.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm moving right along. And I'm gonna switch over to Valentine's Day. Yeah, figure out what we're gonna do.
Well, what do you have? What do you have?
I just have the one, I have a little hurt back there, but I'll come up with something.
Let me go give these guys the good news.
What's the good news?
Our 3 trials are on.
I was so excited for you.
I said, oh my, I gotta let Lisa know. You're like, I bend your ear all day long.
No, he'll stay on our list though.
Yeah.
Until he's
Oh,
all
yeah.
milk fat and.
Yep. Thank you for that. I know I still can't stop praying. You know, I was doing, it's still, I thought my mom, when she was with me, she was just getting up out of bed. She's like, whoa.
I love it though.
They dropped dinner off, and I knew he was sleeping on the couch, Audrey, and William was in his crib. I didn't get to see, I saw Alex, and of course, no, I was your sister.
Mm-mm.
And he was just.
Mhm.
Reminds me.
And that's why it was so important for you that when you took food and you checked on him and when he texted you early that, and you were up. That wasn't a coincidence. You were up because he needed you. It's funny.
I tell you, I was more churches. And
Barely. It's barely.
yeah,
You can't think that you're responsible for all of this. It's funny who comes to you when you need them the most.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
We ran into some people who live in our sub who we haven't seen since the summertime for no reason other than we just keep slightly different schedules. And he said, the husband says, I've been thinking about you and I've been wanting to see you, to just say congratulations again. And he said, I know that you know, but I want to tell you that my wife and I, this is what we did. And I said, I appreciate it. And although I didn't know specifically about you, I said, I knew it was people, because you can feel when people are looking out for you. You can feel when people are sending, lifting you in a way. So,
Oh, yeah.
because nobody's in this alone. Everybody has somebody. I always think that. And try to be mindful of that. People who, they don't want anything from you other than for you to be safe and happy and healthy.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite people. They don't want a single thing.
Just looking out for you. How are you doing?
And that's why I told Kevin, we were talking about this couple on the way home, and I told him, I said, there are certain people who can call me right now. And even if I'm actively here, I would say I need to step away.
Yeah.
One lady, she called that I remember that came and stood right here, and I said, I called her by her name. I said, what is it? What's going on? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about you and checking on you. I was like, oh, well, 90-something years old. So it's like, yeah. Everything good? You want me to stop by at lunch? Would you? I was like, absolutely no problem. It's fine. Doesn't want anything. Just say hello. Just want to see you. Okay. Don't bring anything. I was like,
Okay. Did you bring anything?
No.
You listened to her.
no. Because if you bring flowers, then I have to move them around and water them. Don't bring food because you know I'm funny. It's like, okay.
Okay, so it's one of you.
Just want to see you for a second. Okay.
Oh,
Absolutely no problem with that. Anything else? You sure?
no.
Go get the mail. Absolutely.
I can do that. So tell me, what did Kevin say with the fans? What did he say? What was the phrase?
He said that it was so loud that you could see the quarterback for the Buccaneers, Mayfield, covering his ears between plays because it's that loud. They gave them these little bracelets, like from the Taylor Swift concert, that light up. And when the national anthem came on, some lit up red, some lit up white, some lit up blue. And so I see when he comes home, I'm like, why are you still wearing it? But I'm gonna put that on the side. And I had gone upstairs and done something. I came back down and it was dark and I saw this white light. It's this thing flashing.
You have a man child.
Listen, if you are a fan, not a winning season fan, but a fan who goes, keeps going even when they're losing, even when they're like one of the worst teams in the league. He's that kind of fan.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So no, if you go to the game, you have a good time.
Can you imagine?
their 50-50 raffle was 468,000 record.
What's the 50/50? I
They
know
sell
it's
50-50 at the game, at the
all
the little
over town.
stands. And I've been there before when they've done it. Isn't that crazy? I'm glad that they won. I'm glad that they won at home. I'm glad that the fans were as enthusiastic as they were. And they will play the next game. They'll broadcast it at Ford Field. They'll have people, you buy tickets, you come in, and they'll be playing it on the screen. It will be loud again
When is that
next Sunday.
and where are they playing?
San Francisco,
And then
San Diego.
The winner of that.
Oops. The winner of that goes to the Super Bowl.
Oh,
See, I pay attention enough to know that it's not a home game. I don't pay attention beyond that. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, only about the great Scott.
I am wonderful, thank you. Did you sign an agreement with the prosecutor's office?
Yes, he's getting in.
I'm just waiting for my court officer to bring it in. If you want to have a seat, you can sit right here at one of the tables. As soon as either one, doesn't matter. As soon as he brings the paperwork in, I'll get your case called, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
What's your name now?
Judge Martin?
Martin.
Yes.
so it's San Diego. And who are the other two?
Why are you asking me?
I'll look it up.
I'm looking it up right now so I can answer your question. So we're trying to figure out if we can blow the snow off of the shuttle bus back there and get out to California by next Sunday.
Not in that case. Yeah, a good tow truck.
I think we could use it as a great team building experience.
If you make it to Ohio, you go up.
Wait, it's not working?
Started since August.
Is it Tigner or Tigner?
No.
Tigner. These are 23R008435 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Robert Tigner. Would you come up? Yep, come up here to this podium in the middle for me, please. I know, you're fine. State your name for me, sir.
My name is Robert Tigner.
Thank you, Mr. Tigner. Today is the day and time scheduled for your pre-hearings in these cases. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that you will follow up with assistance regarding property maintenance and that these cases are dismissed. Is that your understanding?
That is my full understanding.
The court will enter the dismissal of these matters. Is there anything else this morning?
No, thank you very much.
That concludes this matter. You have a great day, okay?
You have too.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any paperwork I need?
No, sir.
All right. Have a good day, Your Honor.
You too, thank you.
All right, officer.
I was just telling Mary Ann about the light up bracelets from last night. Light up bracelets from last night.
They don't shut off.
Was it still going this morning?
What's that?
Was it still going this morning?
Oh, you went? Oh, I thought you sent it.
Well, we were trying to, but I wasn't allowed to call, so I'm glad I did.
Yeah. Who went with you?
Just sure.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Does she really?
yeah.
So did you, I was just asking, were the crowd okay? Did you see anyone?
Can't imagine the noise, that's all.
It's just that, I don't know if I told you.
It took us 45 minutes just to get out of the parking structure.
Oh.
The game was over like maybe 6:20. We got home at, there was 5 minutes to go in the Buffalo. Like almost 9 o'clock.
What?
Yeah,
Wait, 2.5 hours? ago?
yeah, get home from Detroit. That was the big thing. I was waiting so bad to see one of those Detroit Toppers. Because all week, the chief had been on the news saying, we got the traffic situation straightened out.
What were you gonna say if you saw a cop?
I was gonna tell your boss it didn't work. And it probably wouldn't have, but.
Kevin was home by 7:30. That's why,
Oh my
what took
God.
you so long?
We park at,
Right.
Orchestra Hall, you said.
yeah, Orchestra Hall's parking garage.
Oh,
Couldn't get
I was
out.
gonna say, that's hard to get out of,
Yeah,
routinely difficult to get out of.
Why is it so difficult?
Because it's a lot of cars. And once people start coming out and it's a narrow, the ramp is narrow. And I don't know where they parked, but it was, I was telling Ken, Kevin he secured their parking online like 3 days before.
yeah.
I wonder how many people that would go to, I heard, they were selling bad tickets and.
Well, if it's too good to be true,
Yeah.
There's good thing there is no home game next week. His laddie's,
Birthdays.
no, her baptism
Oh.
Sunday.
and you wouldn't know which word.
And her dad, Nicole's dad would be the same way. Because he already said something about, I hope that isn't Super Bowl weekend. Yeah, so my,
Hi,
It's a lot up here.
it's not hot.
Out there.
Oh.
Well, I've been running all over today.
What's going on? Why are your hands on your hip?
Just coming to hide out for a minute.
You got the memo.
Take a breather.
Today's color scheme is,
Which is what I wear every day. Okay.
I just want to get into the ground. We couldn't find that guy.
so I can make you and Ken laugh.
He's-
Oh, and did y'all have a fun adventure? How is it?
He's in your office.
Yeah, me neither.
He's in the Bella Cross.
Well,
He couldn't figure out how to do his
Hmm?
song.
Oh,
When I lived in Kalamazoo, I was driving by there all the time. It was like a sign that was almost home.
mhm.
And they had, if you registered before, it was free to get in. Otherwise, it was $5 at the door just to see the game. Because I was watching it at home, I went up there for a minute because I was
Yeah.
going to the post office. for that.
Yeah.
It was nice. They had seats on the dance floor,
Oh.
folding chairs and some tables.
Mhm.
The crowd was loud. And
I'm sure.
I left when there was 2 minutes left in the game.
A little rowdy.
Because I saw what was going to happen. I was like,
Right.
"Yeah, they're going to win. So
Yeah.
let me
Beat
go,
the-
because I'm going to stop at the market.
Yeah.
But he says he remembers when it was a fitness center and it was racquetball there.
Oh.
Yeah. Because he lived in Van Buren a long time ago
Okay.
and
I didn't know that.
left and came back. Diamondback used to be a fitness center.
no, it's a music place.
Sweetie, it used to be.
Oh,
It
yeah.
used to-
Like back when
Racquetball.
you were, yeah, back when you were a young police officer.
Back when he was the original PO.
I think she does.
Was that for me?
Yes,
Oh,
for the file, for
I
11.
think you built that place, Mike. Thank you.
Oh, really?
Before you were born.
That is part of it.
Are they done? So we can get down to the business of business.
Good morning.
23 RP 061300ON. This is City of Romulus versus Renee Cardozo. Would you state your name for me, please?
My name is Renee Cardoza. I have a
Thank
new
you.
last name is Renee Todd. Todd. But it's on the paper, that's what I changed it.
When did you just changed it recently?
Yes.
Ms. Todd, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. There is a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor indicating that you'll be pleading responsible to dumping, paying a fine of $130. Was that your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's how you wish to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of responsible, impose the fine of $130. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, ma'am.
Will you be able to pay it today?
Yes, ma'am.
Give her, it's done. You may go downstairs to the cashier's counter and they will pull the case up and you'll be able to pay downstairs right now. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Yeah, we're cooking with gas now. I like it.
Mr. Bales is not here, but I was. Was a motion.
Mhm.
Vehicles. No. I'm sure it's fine. It's 100. Yeah, but that, you know.
You can't see it.
You can't see it, but the house isn't.
These are 23VB 034006 A, B, and C. 23VB 034007 A, B, and C. These are all Van Buren Township versus Wayne Bales. Your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino, these cases were scheduled for show cause, arraignment pretrial, pre-hearing, and the motion by the prosecutor. Cases were scheduled at 9:10. It's now 9:45 by this court's clock. Have you had contact with Mr. Bills regarding these matters?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Has he responded to the show cause that was served upon him?
And not as far as I'm aware, Your Honor, I haven't received anything.
How would you like to proceed this morning?
Your Honor, based on the fact that we have served Mr. Bales with a copy of the motion, and I spoke with the ordinance officer this morning, the vehicles remain on the property. We would ask the court for an order permitting Mr. Bales 14 days to remove the vehicles, including the campers, from the property, and that if he doesn't do that within 14 days, that Van Buren Township be permitted to enter the property and remove them at his.
Thank you. The court will grant your request for such an order. Do you have that order prepared, ma'am?
Not yet, Your Honor. I will prepare it and submit it to the court.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That is for the cases that end in 406. For the .407 A, B, and C, this was the arraignment pretrial showing a show cause, but it's actually the arraignment and pretrial. Based on Mr. Bell's failure to appear, these matters will be scheduled for show cause.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The 406 files are gonna be, are you doing the bench one or?
No, it's not bench warrant. It's a regular show cause, because today was the arraignment pretrial. The show cause was actually as to the ordinance violations. And there are a lot of people in the hall, Ken. Not for us, though. Okay. I just want to dispense of some of these earlier cases. Well, we received resolutions of a lot of the cases on Friday and then this morning.
We had some here.
Judge Oakley, we have Belleville and, I'm sorry. We have Romulus and Van Buren. Did you enter the show calls? Or you didn't do anything? Okay. Not you didn't do anything, you know what I mean? Because should you keep the 406 files and send the 407s to Mackenzie?
She does the, or she, all of it, she won.
Oh, okay. Oh, did she need something?
No, she said she was just.
She was just visiting?
Yeah.
Take your cap off for me, please, sir. Thank you. This is 23R008323ON. This is City of Romulus versus Kenneth Stone. Mr. Stone, come up to this podium in the middle for me, please. And state your name.
Kenneth Stone.
Mr. Stone, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that you'll be pleading responsible to the added count of dog at large, and the original charge of dangerous dog would be dismissed. The condition of the plea agreement is that fines be assessed in the amount of $180. Was that your understanding?
Yes,
And that's how you wish to proceed this morning?
yes,
The court will accept your plea of responsible to the added count of dog at large, impose a fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Friday I can have it paid.
5 days to pay, sir. Anything else this morning?
Nope, that's it.
That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a good day.
You too, thanks.
Thank you. So we can't make it to California. What can we do? What can we do? Listen, I'm just trying to have a little bonding time. 23RP05667ON, City of Romulus versus EAN Holdings. This case was scheduled for pre-hearing at 8:30 this morning. It's now 9:51 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, default will enter. I know that we had a couple of cases that were supposed to appear by Zoom, so I have kept checking on our waiting room and breakouts, and it does not appear that anyone has populated those areas. Hmm. Two, three R 8428 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Richard Mazer. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing at 8:40 a.m. It's now 9:54 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, default shall enter in the civil infractions. So I'm watching the news. And there's all these pictures of Jason Kelsey.
Oh, I heard without a shirt, maybe. Is that what you're gonna say? I have to listen.
And pictures of him tailgating with fans. And there's something so, it felt to me genuine about it, that I just couldn't stop laughing because I wasn't at all surprised when they show them walking into getting off the bus and walking into the stadium, and he's wearing some t-shirt, sweatshirt, and sweatpants and flip-flops, and everybody else is dressed up. It's like, I'm just here to play the game. Now look at some of these outfits and bags and stuff that they're carrying. And it's not the rough and tumble look that you would expect from somebody who's going onto the field to beat up on someone else.
So is that team going?
His brother's team is. His brother is the Taylor Swift boyfriend guy. Good morning. How are you, ma'am? The gatekeeper. These are 23VB024600ON and 23VB202416ON. These are both Van Buren Township versus Yusuf. Please come up here to this podium in the middle for me. State your name.
Balkis Yusuf.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the adjourned pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Ms. Manorino, indicating that these cases will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
These cases are hereby dismissed. Is there anything else this morning?
No, thank you so much.
You're so very welcome. That concludes these matters. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You too. Oops. So here's my thought. If Mr. Greco is sending in the 10 o'clock files, that means that all of the earlier scheduled cases are either have been seen or,
We've got a lot of people out there that can see.
oh. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm good.
I'm wonderful. Have you already talked to the prosecutor?
I have, I thought he was gonna bring the slip in, we're adjourning for the day.
He didn't just give you the slip? Okay, what is the deal with these Stanley Cups? I'm missing it.
Oh my gosh, I don't get it.
I like my bottles, but I order, I order them online.
Because of my screen.
These are 23R008190 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Jeffrey Romano.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Wild, on behalf of Jeffrey Romano.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak to the city attorney on this matter. We've agreed to adjourn the pre-hearing for 30 days. Should just point out to the court, we have been working on this issue since August, and there's just some miscommunication apparently. They don't see the premises.
Thank you. The court is in receipt of a signed agreement by the parties indicating that these cases will be adjourned 30 days so parties can work together to get issues resolved. February 26th at 10 a.m.
Very good.
Anything else, sir?
That'll do it. Thank
I'll see you in a month. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir. See, resolved is underlined, and I don't know if I should take anything specific from that. Woman is arrested in California for stealing 65 of those. That are worth almost $2,500.
You know, it's a cup.
That must be 45. I don't get it either, but hey.
I also don't understand how the one that won
Oh. The lady who came in all calm and cool.
Yeah.
Good morning. You see, I was looking at you, I'm like, wait a minute, I thought we had worked everything out. 23R008215 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Anthony Hoti.
Yes,
State your name, sir.
my name is Anthony Hoti.
Thank you. Sir, the court is in receipt of a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that these files are being dismissed, that that the property, subject property on Beverly Road is now vacant, that you are selling those property, and if they are vacant for an extended period of time, you understand that you need to register the properties as vacant with the City of Romulus.
Yeah, Your Honor, but I'm just gonna say that, like what I agree, I mean, case is dismissed, but still, that City of Romulus ordinance
Mhm.
of rental inspection is unconstitutional, because it violates several United States Supreme Court decisions, like Camara versus San Francisco, C versus Seattle, Burton versus Monroe, Payton versus New York. So the City of Romulus ordinance is unconstitutional.
Do you,
Because it's.
hold on one second, do you want the cases to be reinstated so that you may argue the constitutionality of the ordinance?
No, it's dismissed, but what I'm saying is that the ordinance is unconstitutional because it warrants unwarranted searches. And without search warrant and pre-compliance review, this ordinance is unconstitutional because by this several United States Supreme Court decisions regarding Fourth Amendment and especially for inspections. Now, decisions of the Supreme Court are binding precedent in state courts. So state courts must follow decision of the Supreme Court.
Correct.
Like I said, so for future, I'm saying it is in court, state courts don't have jurisdiction to ignore your constitution, like I said, because this happens everywhere. People know that ordinance is unconstitutional, but they go forward with, that's my concern, because they should not come forward when Mr. Greco knows, because I sent him an email. The reason why it's unconstitutional is still he for the case to report. I don't know why, honestly, but it is what it is.
So no to the reinstatement of the case to argue the constitutionality of the.
No, I'm not saying, but like I said, for it's.
Mr. Hoti, I understand, and
what I'm saying is other stuff too.
I remember your argument from the last time you were here.
But it is, because there are several, and federal courts, they decide always, that it's unconstitutional, state courts different, so both of them, state and federal courts, they must follow US Supreme Court decisions, This is my concern, and all of that, yeah.
I understand your concern, and I remember when you raised it before regarding was it hot water tanks?
No, it was a state statute before,
Right.
for zoning law, it was a state, but this is state issue, not a federal issue, because for the money, when even for register, everything, unless it's an emergency in the house, because you see people come out with so much says, unless it's emergency, only three reasons: consent from owner, emergency from a house, and search warrant. If none of them happen, city can have authority to come in property.
But my question to you is, the last time, what was the issue with the property? Was it hot water tanks or was it something else?
Well, you see what city does. City knows that they don't have case for unconstitutional ordinance. They follow 3 or 4.
Wait, stop.
cases.
Did you understand my question?
Yeah. The last time it was for zoning law. It was not for ordinance because they dismissed.
It was, what was the issue though? The zoning, what was the?
Because violation of my concern was because they.
I understand your concern, but you understand what I'm asking?
No, there were 3. Let me talk. Can I talk?
No, well, no, not really, because the cases are done. I'm asking you a question. If you don't want to answer the question.
I'm answering right now. there were 2 or 3 tickets. One ticket was for parking, you know, in the house, for violation zoning law, zoning ordinance, you know, and I said last time that zoning ordinance must follow the state zoning law, which, and I said that that the cases should go before city zoning of appeals, not district court, you know. That's what the law says. They go here anyway, you know. I'm saying this kind of debate was not for constitutionality, because what city does when they know that ordinances are constitutional, they put 3 or more violations.
Mr. Hody, you're not answering my question. I've already dismissed your cases. Is there anything else this
No,
morning?
it's fine. Okay.
Have a good day, sir.
Have a nice day. Nice to meet you, please.
Good to see you. No. I understand.
We agree to disagree. So.
These are 23 RP 05584 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Dylan. Dylan. State your full name for me.
Simran Dillon, P85583.
I'm sorry.
It's my mom I am also Dylan. The defendant is my mom, who is also Dylan.
Are you a licensed attorney in the state of
I
Michigan?
am.
Your P number.
P85583.
Did you file an appearance in this case?
I did, but I filed it late on Friday, so I don't know if it went through.
It hasn't made it to the file.
Okay.
Ms. Dillon, the signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicates that these cases will be adjourned for 30 days to allow time to clean up the property.
That's correct, Your Honor.
February 26th at 9:20.
Okay, February 26th and 20.
Anything else in these matters?
No, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you
good
very
day.
much.
DHILLON. Oh, because I heard a name that started with an S and the first name starts with a J. So there was something about seeing you in casual clothes that caught me so off guard.
Oh, at the post office.
It took me a moment.
My Buffalo Bills took it on the chin yesterday.
As they
Took a
should.
Sweet day to me yesterday. They got, got 6 feet of snow in 2 days.
Oh.
6 feet.
And they probably just maneuver like it's nothing, right?
Bring your shovel.
Yeah,
Yeah. Wow.
so we complain here in Michigan,
Yeah.
but whatever.
That's crazy.
I tell people after living on the East Coast, I never complain about Michigan snow anymore.
But if you were in Boston,
Mhm.
but they don't get a lot of snow.
They had enough snow that the subway went down. The subway went down, the school, the shuttle stopped running. We had to walk back and forth to campus from the dorm. Oh, yeah. And it was that wet, heavy snow and they put down sand instead of salt. Oh, yeah.
Well, I went to SUNY Rockport, which is outside of Rochester, but SUNY Oswego, which is right on Lake Ontario.
Mhm.
They, in the wintertime, put ropes up. So you can walk, hold the ropes when it's like snow.
Oh, jeez, I've never heard that.
The only time I've ever skied in my life was in Harvard Yard, where I put on my roommate's skis. She put her poles under her arms and pulled me around the yard. It was enough snow for that. It's like, yeah, I'm good. I thought I was hardy. I thought, being born and raised in Michigan, I thought I was good. That first Massachusetts winter.
How's Alex doing? Or no, how's the baby doing?
They get that home.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. It was almost a whole week.
Was it RSV?
And another virus.
Oh, was it?
2 viruses in 2 weeks. But I tell you, mom is incredible. Yeah, thanks for asking me. They're home and everything's, gonna get her sleep on and.
Good.
Yeah.
I told Marianne we're gonna look up, he's gonna be 6'3".
Yeah.
This is gonna be but a distant memory.
Yeah. Yeah. December 29th. He was in a couple days after he was born for really, really tough. And then he went back in. Incredible what they do.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Get the magic 8-ball out. Thank you. Well, that's why I said, I call the boy Squirt. Now he's taller than me, so.
Yeah. We'll always be short though, right?
Except he's rapidly approaching that fake hug stage. Where I remember, I'm like, you used to stand on my shoe and cling to my leg, and now it's.
Do you remind him of that all the time?
No, because I say it to a 30-year-old who's now, 18 inches taller than me.
But you did they do that, don't they?
But then they cycle back to the good hugs. Because the girl was the same way. She was in the early teen years, I would get the flop hug, and now she's back to stepping into the hug, which I am a happy camper about. I need the March date. Is it March?
March 25th, 9 o'clock.
Is Mr. Carnes still here?
Is that those people?
The one you just handed me?
Yes.
Oh. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
I'm very good. I stand behind the podium, to see my blue jeans.
Join the club. These are,
Make sure you keep the video cameras high, okay?
some people have not caught on to that trick yet for some reason. These,
No, I spoke out this morning.
these are 23R008192 A and B and 23R008410 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Timothy Carnes. May I have your appearance, please?
Your Honor, John Day here on behalf of Timothy Carnes.
Thank you. Mr. Day, the court is in receipt of a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that the parties are asking that these matters be adjourned for 60 days to allow time to discuss the issues.
Yes, Your Honor. And if the court would like just a bit of background on this, and my client owns a piece of property on Northville. And we went through this with the city around this 4 or 5 years ago. And they now have apparently all the personnel and all the positions that we dealt with before. So we're back doing it again.
Mr. Day, that adjourned date will be March the 25th at 9 a.m. Is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
I did not realize the other day that you were a softball.
That I was a what? Oh, lifelong curse, Your Honor.
Not a curse, it's a blessing. It is an absolute blessing.
Well, I didn't feel that way when I was at Michigan State trying to twist around in the seats to write my exams.
How do you do it now? Do you turn the paper or do you?
I've always been able to, kind of twist my hand around again. But, it's the old issue, pencil, you always get all the black stuff on your hands, and it's, like I said, it's a, something to get used to.
I don't think we ever get used to it. Anything else, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you for your patience on that other case last week. I think we finally.
Have you submitted the proposed order?
I have it. It's being typed up right now. I'll get him in here and he should be here this week for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Farabee, good morning, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I called to profusely apologize to you. I've been trying to reach they gave me the wrong link number the other day, apparently. And I've been trying to reach you for the last hour and 20 minutes, and I know your time is valuable, so I just wanted to make sure I apologized.
No, listen, I appreciate you. No apologies necessary. The case was 23RP036190OM. Gloria Farabee. Case was scheduled at 10:30, so you're actually early, but on Friday, sir, the court received from Mr. Greco, the prosecutor, a dismissal of this matter.
Yeah, I thought I had asked for that, but I didn't know he had switched companies. And the number they gave him as new company is the wrong number.
Oh. Well, I received the dismissal from him on Friday. We entered it already. I don't have the file anymore. Unless there's something else you need this morning, sir.
No. Well, can I ask you a personal question?
Personal? Uh-oh.
Well, it's sort of half personal, but it's professional also. Did you used to work for the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services?
Did I?
Yeah.
No, sir.
There was a lady named Lisa Martin, was the kindest. I mean, when I got her on the phone, she was helping us keep from losing the mortgage on the house. And she just made you feel like, she was going to take care of you and stuff. But God love her. But anyway.
That's wonderful to know. I would love to take credit for it, but no, I've never been with DHS.
Okay, then I won't take any more of your time. God bless. Have a good day.
No worries, sir. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Creeth. 23R008286OM, City of Romulus versus Catherine Creeth. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Steve Robinson here on behalf of Catherine Creeth.
Good morning.
Good morning, I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for?
I have
Pitch in your giddy up.
my knee, a knee replacement, and it didn't heal right, so I'm slow at walking.
Ma'am, this life is a marathon, not a sprint. We are not in a rush. Your name for the record.
Catherine spelled with a C, CATHERINE. The last name is Creeth, CREITH.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between your attorney, Mr. Robinson and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that the misdemeanor dangerous dog would be dismissed and an added count 2 of dog at large civil infraction, you would enter a plea of responsible. Was that your understanding, Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry.
Why are you
My mouth
sorry?
was good.
Don't, Ms. Grief, listen, don't be sorry. Cases are resolved. We get to the podium eventually. Hopefully the dog won't get out and bite the door dasher again.
No.
But the court will accept your plea of responsible to the added count of dog at large and impose a fine of $180. Was there anything else, Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Creeth, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, we'll pay it today when we leave.
Give us maybe 5 minutes. Mary Ann needs to put the information into the system and Mr. Robinson will get you downstairs and you can pay at the cashier's counter.
Okay.
Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good luck with that knee.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. But don't apologize, we're, hey, as long as we get where we need to be. Okay, I'm almost out of ink. Personal question, that scared me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. I'll be right back. Actually, we're moving along good for.
Yeah, don't say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Good morning. This is 23VB 03267B, Van Buren Township versus Donnie Starks. Please come up here to this podium in the middle. State your name for me, please.
My name is Donnie Shaquan Starks.
Thank you. Mr. Starks, today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement executed by yourself and the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino, indicating that this case is being dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
The court will enter that dismissal. Is there anything else this morning?
That is, I have no questions at all.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a good day.
All right, thank you, you too.
You're welcome. Wait, we did what?
Was coming out of the parking stretch. You know, they have the driveway and the two mounds of ice on each side. Well, I must have hit that. So I hear something banging. So I get to the exit. I don't see that truck. Underneath, there's this box hanging underneath the car. So I had Jamie look at it this morning. He says, he thinks it's just a piece that holds the two pieces of plastic. So it's, I think I can fix it.
So duct tape and zip ties, no worries.
Yeah. That's all the money won't fix.
This is Saber Al-Mughadar. You got multiple cases. I broke them down by property.
Oh,
by the way.
joy.
So one of them is, so Saber is
I'm with you.
he's out of town. So Muhammad is assistant is here. So there is one case that we're just dismissing, and I wrote not present.
Because there was one that was scheduled at 10 o'clock and his name is not spelled the same way.
No, I grouped them by case numbers all here together.
Okay.
So there's one that we're gonna dismiss, and then the other three were just adjourned because he's out of town, and I'm gonna go meet with this guy. Or whatever it's off this guy. I gotta go to the property, because between, that's not there anymore, this is there. I said, you know what we're gonna do? I'm going out to the property.
You just like driving around Romulus. I
That's
know.
right, that's right. So I got them all grouped.
Okay.
by,
Okay.
No, there's no one.
No, he's not.
Yeah, there's no one.
No.
One we're getting rid of.
That's even better.
Yeah, exactly, that's right.
Was it driving on your way home?
She didn't hear it?
That's what I was thinking, Carolyn didn't hear it.
Should have headphones.
Wow. This is 23R008217ON. This is City of Romulus versus Sabar Al-Mughadar. The court has received from the prosecutor a motion to dismiss this matter. The case is hereby dismissed. These are 23R008418 A and B, 23RP06051OM, 23RP05499OM. These are all City of Romulus versus Sabar Al-Mughadar. The court has received from the prosecutor a request to adjourn these matters. Mr. Greco did not indicate the length of the requested adjournment. Marianne, how does the 26th look, or is the March date better?
Yeah, on the 26th, hold on. The 25th, at 9:10.
These cases will be adjourned to that March 25th at 9:10. So she didn't hear it, and what else? She didn't hear it. And what else? What about this?
Jamie can fix it.
Well, he's gonna look at it. You're gonna have to pull in the garage and scope it out. But it's a box, maybe
Maybe how big?
maybe like this. But I think it's whole, there's plastic underneath on both sides.
Did it make that kind of noise like that?
It makes like a banging noise when
Yeah.
the bar hits the ground and then bounces
Yeah.
out.
I know what it is. I had to have mine, Jamie diagnosed mine. Yeah. couldn't do it.
He told me it's just holding two other pieces of plastic out there and just cut it. Well, it's not the break line.
You're gonna get over there and do that?
No.
Right.
He's good at mechanics.
I know he
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. It's still pretty crowded.
From what?
We have a lot of aisles left too.
It looks like it.
A lot of those can be ones.
I'm trying. Cause I'm assuming he's on 940.
We're at 10:33, I think.
I mean, that's the last case. Cause there's some 850s and stuff that he hasn't called, so I don't know what time the people he has remaining to see where they're from. Thank you. These are 24RP00134 and 23R00841 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Sabar Al-Mogultur. There is a request from the prosecutor to adjourn these matters. They will be adjourned to March the 25th at 9:10 a.m. Did you get to the bottom of the garage door mystery?
Hello?
Amazon. If you have to really look at that house too. Just reading that.
Sir,
Yes, can you hear me?
I'm able to hear you. Your last name, please.
You,
I'm sorry.
FEW.
Mr. Few, you're going to see a request to go into the breakout room of the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, Mr. Greco. Please go there, talk to him regarding this matter, okay?
Okay, of course, this is my first time doing it, so how do I do that?
Wow.
I am sending you something right now that should say join breakout room. There we go. These are two for RP 00136 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Sabar Almogulter. There's a request from the prosecutor to adjourn these matters. They will be adjourned to March the 25th at 9:10 a.m. That's awfully. No, I'm on this porch pirate stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's courageous is not the right word. It's it's a higher level than bold. It is. You have no idea what it is. You don't care. Somebody has ordered something and you are disrupting.
But it's just really the way that house is. You have to really, I mean, there are plants and everything in front of it, so I don't know how someone would see that. Maybe the.
Oh, we benchmarked so quick. We probably have 25 people sitting out there.
Scheduled for what time though?
Romulus
That's the thing.
cases. They said some of the people have been here since 8:30.
You do them in the order of if they're on the docket, right? So 8:30 should be done before 10 o'clock.
You would hope.
Did I just see Miss Foley Carter walk by? No. I saw somebody walk by who I don't typically see on Mondays. I think that's who I saw. If it goes by up here, we have a lot bigger fish to fry. Is Miss Foley Carter here?
Yes.
Oh, what's she doing here on a Monday?
She is here with something.
I just saw her and
Yeah.
you know, when you see somebody who just not expecting her on a Monday. Mr. Wade, would you come up to this podium here in the middle for me, please? These are 23 RP 05562 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Lonnie Wade. State your name for me, please.
Lonnie
Your last name too.
Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment, pretrial, and the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received from the prosecutor a signed agreement that the A and B files would be set for a formal hearing and the C file, which is unkempt premises, would be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Give us one moment. Mary Ann will find a time for that formal hearing. February 26th at 11:15 a.m.
Yep.
Please have all necessary documents and witnesses with you. Anything else, Mr. Wade?
You said at what time?
11:15.
11:15. Okay,
Anything else?
not at this time.
I'll see you on February 26th. Have a good day.
All right, thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Excuse me, will I get a mailing on that or?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So he's going to pull into the garage for you. There looks like there's more stuff gathering on the west end of the garage.
Mhm. I look about once a week, and I throw them in boxes.
Oh, I didn't know they were empty.
There's huge empty boxes.
In there telling you no.
Yeah. We like to say junk. And the other guy say, why does it bother you? Just let it go. Don't worry about it. It bothers me.
Just seeing stuff, it's just like,
Yeah.
drives, yeah, that's how I am too.
That's why your thing with TJ Maxx is so weird to me, because they feel so,
It is.
and you are so like minimalist. I can't imagine you in there.
It's kind of hard sometimes.
It's not that it bothers me, I'm just curious because it doesn't, it's a random chair in there. It's a screen bracket. It's,
That chair is busted
I know,
in 10 different places. You couldn't sit on it. But we've kept it for 2 years. Let me put it in the dumpster.
Yeah.
I keep telling them, I'll clean all that stuff up. We have blueprints in there that we're supposed to run to the DPW building. When the building was done.
and they're still here because the building is so far away. If it's-
All that, but when I bring it up. So I just bring it
So you don't
up.
bring it up, you don't like getting laughed at.
What happens if you, one piece at a time, get rid of it?
Yeah, no one would notice.
Who would notice? Who would care?
You feel so good.
Yeah.
Well, then the empty water jugs or milk jugs start appearing in there.
Oh, no, they're filled with, like, absolute pure water, or no, I'm sorry, distilled water. They're supposed to be in the drug room.
So why are they downstairs? There's not storage in that
I
room?
have to do this.
I have all kinds of questions.
I can answer, but I'm not supposed to ask.
I need you to answer them so that I will feel better and I can sleep at night.
See, really, that area is supposed to be for the vans. But the vans can't go in there because they're supposed to jump.
Just put it in the two holding cells that you can't use anyway.
Because there's no bathrooms.
Do you use them at all?
Well, we tell them when they're upstairs, but go to the bathroom now, and we'll put you in these cells downstairs. But we did that last week, and the guy says, hey, can I take a cup of water? I told Jamie, that guy's peeing in that cup. I can see him on camera. No, we don't use them that much. They stay nice and clean.
Use them for storage.
We get shower.
What?
I just heard what you said.
You caught it?
Yeah.
There you go, from my mouth.
Yeah, that's just sent me a text and said that Ruby cried when she got it.
Just a relief of washing over you.
Yeah, yeah. And I hope she can do it. He said everyone did okay last night at home.
Oh. Did he go back to work today?
No, he had, still paternity.
Susie brings me the paper.
Yeah, that company still is doing. Incredible.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you? I'm well, thank you. Would you mention to him there's someone in his waiting room, please? Ken? Would you mention to Mr. Greco there's somebody in his waiting room? No, I don't need to see you. I asked him to mention to you, there's someone in your waiting room. Mr. Few is in your Zoom waiting room.
Okay,
Thank you. I'm not saying prioritize him. I'm just letting you know he's there. By the time I saw him, I'd already said it. These are 23R008153 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Stephanie White. State your name for me, please.
Stephanie White.
Ms. White, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings in these matters. There is a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, Mr. Greco, indicating that you are aware that if the certificate of occupancy is not completed within 60 days, that new tickets may be issued, that the A file, which is a violation of technical requirements, is being dismissed, and you're pleading responsible to no certificate of occupancy with a fine of $180. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And that's how you wish to proceed this morning?
Yes.
The court will enter a plea of responsible in the B file, assess a fine of $180, dismiss the A file. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
Will you be able to pay it today?
Yes.
If you give Mary Ann maybe 5 minutes, your file will be downstairs and you'll be able to pay it at the counter. Anything else this morning?
No, thank you.
That concludes this matter. You have a great day. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Just downstairs to the cashiers. Certificate of occupancy?
Yeah, but how do you move in without?
Easy. You just do. And then the city finds out that you're there and it's not, doesn't have the certificate of occupancy, and then they go, oh, wait a minute. And then they send a notice to the house, or they attach something to the door. You ignore it. Then they mail a letter to the house and you ignore it. And then they issue a citation. And you go, oh, wait a minute.
Now, is this only happening on rentals or?
Every house.
Really?
Yep.
And people are supposed to know this, how?
If you, some people know just because they've owned homes before. If you don't know it, when you receive a sticky on your door from ordinance saying, hey, call us, and you don't, and then they send a letter saying, hey, you're in this property without a certificate of occupancy, that's how they know.
And what does that do? Does that get your house inspected or?
And you're officially on the rolls with the city as an occupied property.
Okay. I just see a lot of those cases come through and I'm wondering, how do these people move in without them?
Well, I think part of it is that they're enforcing it at a rate higher than they had historically. And there's usually something else going on that brings them to the attention of the ordinance department. They have some newer ordinances for the registration of vacant properties and rental properties from maybe last year sometime.
That's what I was wondering if it was just for rental properties.
That's a separate, you need to register vacant and rental properties. And it says rental/sale properties. And that's what Mr. Holt's part of his thing was, that they were, if he has it vacant, it's on the market, but if it's vacant for an extended period of time, he needs to have it registered with the city as a vacant property. I don't know if that means that ordinance looks at it differently, or I don't know how that helps, but I think any municipality is entitled to know, where can we expect to find people? Where are people up to no good?
Does it happen more often in land contracts? Because you would think a realtor would be obligated to either get that for you or.
That I don't know. I've only bought one property in my entire.
Yeah. I don't remember anything about it, so I imagine the realtor took care of it for us.
You would think so. Mr. Batar and Mr. Young going to thumb wrestle, I'm guessing. We're moving along. Good morning. How are you? I'm well, thank you. Were you in with Romulus or Van Buren?
I'm sorry.
Are you here for a Romulus case or a Van Buren case?
And the man representing me is on this video.
Who's the person representing you?
Well, I didn't. Wait, look, I don't know his name, this guy's a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Batar.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was just sitting there for a second, and then he went.
He's coming right now.
Yeah, he went to your representative. So we come sit in front of you.
Ms. Tucker?
Yes.
Would you come stand next to Mr. Batar, please? These are 24RP 00132 A and B, 23RP 058940M, City of Romulus versus Bridget Tucker. Your appearances, please.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Tucker.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Bridget Tucker.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings and the arraignment pretrial in these matters. The court is in receipt of a signed agreement between the prosecutor for the city of Romulus, Mr. Greco, and Mr. Batar, indicating that you will plead responsible to the B file, which is violation of technical requirements, and that the two misdemeanor unkempt property cases would be dismissed. There were additional terms that indicated that you have until February the 22nd, 2024 to clean up the property and bring it into compliance with the city's code of ordinance, or the city shall be able to go onto the property and clean it up or otherwise bring it into compliance with you being responsible to reimburse the city for the cost of cleanup and expenses to enforce this order. Was that the full agreement by the parties, Mr. Batar?
It was, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Tucker, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the B file violation of technical requirements, impose a fine of $180 and dismiss the two misdemeanor matters. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180? Are you able to pay it today?
Yes.
If you give Mary Ann, my secretary, maybe 5-10 minutes, the file will be downstairs. You'll be able to pay that $180. Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, Ms. Tucker. Good luck to you.
You're. Oh, well, you're.
I was gonna bring it to you because I assume that's what he wanted. These are 23 RP 05621 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Krista Johnson. Ms. Johnson, if you will come up to this podium here in the middle of the room for me, please, and state your name.
Krista Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these two matters. There is a signed agreement signed by yourself and the prosecutor for the city of Romulus, Mr. Greco, indicating that you will plead responsible to the A file noxious weeds and the B file, which relates to vehicle parking, would be dismissed. Was that your understanding with Mr. Greco?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's how you wish to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
The court will accept your plea of responsible to the A file noxious weeds, impose a fine of $180 and dismiss the B file. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
ma'am.
Yes, you do. Then ma'am, you can do one of two things. You can stop downstairs, speak to someone in the cashier's department to set a payment plan, or you can go online. There is a contact us button. You click that button and it will allow you to submit an electronic request for a payment plan.
I'll take care of it before I leave.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Thank you. Have a great
Thank
day.
you, you too.
Thank you. What? You look up to no good. Paternity leave. Huh.
Oh, I know, and they just started that last year. Yeah, they got, whoever owns that company has one. As far as I'm concerned. She,
She,
the one that we just.
Ms. Johnson,
Did-
to collections.
Yes. Boy, that just reminds me of, there was a woman who was singing at my church on Saturday. Had the most beautiful voice. Usually, you know, churches are like, hey, when you're singing alone, yeah, you're okay. Oh. The acoustics in a church must really make people happy that are singers.
There was a lady who was singing yesterday morning where I wasn't quite sure at first that it was her, because she was singing, there were 10, 11 people. And at one point, everyone else dropped out and it was just her. You
beautiful.
It was shocking to me because I've heard her talk before and it.
And you're like, is that? You've never heard her sing?
Mm-mm. But Lavender's the same way. She has, her speaking voice to me is a little raspy, is probably the best way to say it. But when she sings it.
Yeah, she's been singing all of her life.
Mm-hmm.
Does your sister sing?
We don't sing. Kevin was going through something and found this old video camera, and it was her singing in Montessori, which would be preschool. She couldn't have been maybe 4. And I remember going to this thing. I didn't know he had it on tape. He just found it within the last couple of weeks. It's just shot, and she still sings now.
And even then, she had a good voice.
But it's a little kid voice. But now as an adult, and she sings at choir at school. She sings at a church, not a church she's affiliated with, but a church that she's paid to sing at. And it is.
No kidding. That's not in her career though, is it?
Mm-mm.
It's just something that she loves to do.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because she was talking at one point, I think, about taking a small break from school. And I said, well, then do whatever it is you want to do. If you want to go be a lounge singer, go be that. Or if you want to go make beer or whatever it is, just at this age, using your talents for something other than academic pursuits is, I'm a huge fan of. Explore your options, see what you want to do with yourself.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't know what they want to be when they grow up. Like this guy.
Is she in her second year?
She's done. It's her last semester.
No.
She just told us on Friday that this is confirmed last semester, last tuition, last. What did you want to be when you grow up?
What did I want to be?
Yeah. Always.
Yeah, because they were always at our house. I mean, not for bad reasons, but because my old man was in the ambulance business. So they were always, you know, they're ambulance.
Really?
Mhm.
Ambulance.
Mhm.
What do you mean in the business?
He had an
Like
ambulance
he's
company,
Wait, what? What company?
Brooks Ambulance.
Shut up.
Yeah, they were in Livonia for 35 years.
So why police and not ambulance?
Because he got out of the ambulance business when I was probably 12, 13. And I always was interested in the stories that the cops would have when they would come over just to make coffee or whatever, just hang out. And
I bet you heard some stories.
yeah.
The ambulance company.
Okay, maybe this will help. These are the people that have not shown the ones for bench warrants.
What, the pink ones?
No, the ones that are not highlighted are the ones that have not shown up.
Thank you.
Mhm. I should have thought of that earlier. We could do that every week.
Well, because I've already done some of these. Ms. Roberts?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you here for, please, ma'am?
I'm here, my dad's dog was, bit by a dog defendant, and I'm here for that hearing. For Denise Wright and over James Stancer's dog.
Yes, we're in court, hence the robe and the light on that says court in session.
I thought it was Ken talking loud, so, Mary Ann, can you give a chance, can you call me? I don't know. Can you give a chance? Thank you, sorry, Ron.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, Miss Roberts, you're the neighbor to Denise Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
My dad's dog, who is 80 years old, got his dog attacked by her dog.
Okay. Ms. Wright, this case has not been called. The prosecutor is here physically in person in the courthouse. I'm not sure if that person is checked in, so if you would mute yourself, if we need you, we'll cycle back to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. You walked by maybe a half an hour ago and it caught me so off guard that I'm just not used to seeing you on Mondays.
Oh, yeah. You're not imagining me.
How are you? To what do we owe the pleasure?
I am Jojo Korean, Mr.
Okay. I know. But this is it.
Yeah, that's
I'm not complaining.
it. No.
And I hated to move it, but I had some scheduling conflicts that I could not work out.
Tomorrow, yes, I like that document.
Yeah, no joke.
And now we've said it, and like you said earlier, we've jinxed ourselves. I know, like. Anything new and exciting in Huron?
I got 2 dogs.
What? What type of dogs? We are. I always want to see them. How old are they?
They're about 2.5.
Oh, rotten already, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the brindle is Sherlock and the other one is Meatball.
Beautiful. What are their names?
Meatball and Sherlock.
How did you come up with that?
Have you seen it? Hold on, let me show you this one picture. He's just a solid brick wall.
Oh,
He looks like a meatball, does he not?
Oh my God, that's a big dog. It is a cute.
Yeah, he just likes to body slam people and get so excited. He has that excitement displacement where he has to grab something and bring it to you. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be the cardigan that you're wearing, the shoes that are on your feet. He's gonna take them. So I just had to take my cardigan off and just give it to him. I'm not fighting. I'm gonna lose that one. They're from different litters, but they grew up together, so they're bonded. So they just snuggle all the time. They put their arms around each other.
I'm sorry, Mr. Greco. And there's a case, Denise Wright. It's a dangerous dog case. The victims, the other dog's owner is on Zoom. I just have her in the main session. I don't know if Ms. Wright is signed in or if you need her.
I don't think she's gonna be here. I think this bride is in California.
Okay, thank you.
I just heard, that's, I do know. That I heard.
Oh, you need it back?
Sounds good. Those are the best ones, the ones that we have to talk about this later.
We have the list that Ken stole.
I have it because I got sidetracked by something else.
Bring it right back.
23R0084330 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Lori Beeson. These cases were scheduled at 8:50 a.m. It's now 11:13 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these matters all being civil infractions, they will be deemed in default. Sherlock and Meatball. I'm waiting for Ken to show up with a puppy. You. Famous last words. Mr. Beavers?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please, sir? These are 23RP05189 B, C, and D. These are City of Romulus. I'm sorry, Mr. Beavers, I wouldn't have had you come forward if it was.
That's all right. I'm just barely getting over a freaking gout attack.
State your name for me, please.
Jimmy Beavers.
Mr. Beavers, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement executed by yourself and the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, Mr. Greco, indicating that he has 4 files on here. I missed the file, A file. Indicating that the A file, which is the misdemeanor file, would be dismissed along with the D and C files, which are inoperable vehicle and violation of ordinance vehicle parking, and that you would enter a plea of responsible to parking or vehicle storage in violation of city ordinance and pay a fine of $180. Is that your agreement with Mr. Greco?
I believe so.
The court will accept your plea of responsible in the B file, dismiss all remaining matters, impose the agreed upon fine of $180. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I can pay it right now.
Give Mary Ann maybe 5-10 minutes and your files will be downstairs, okay?
All right.
Anything else, Mr. Beavers?
No.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And you want a copy of that? He knows. I'll give it to him in just a second. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure there's a story behind that. Mr. Few, did you speak to Mr. Greco?
No, it had took me in there and I was in there for like 20 minutes. Nobody never came.
Well, Mr. Few, just so you're aware, there are 120 cases scheduled this morning. Mr. Greco is aware of the fact that you are here. I'm going to move you back into his meeting room, sir. He will get to you, trust me.
Oh, my bad.
These are 23R008401, A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus William Rake. You want, sir, if you need to stay back there, you're good? Okay. No worries. Thank you. I think that's most of us first thing in the morning, right?
Your Honor.
State your name for me, sir.
William Rake.
Thank you, Mr. Rake. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement, an agreement signed by yourself and Mr. Greco, the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, dismissing these matters. Is that how you agreed to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
These cases are dismissed. Anything else this morning?
Have a great day, Your Honor.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Getting across the driveway there, I might need some help. Take care.
You too. Two, 23R008223 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Katrina Carmichael. Good morning. How are you? Would you state your name for me, please?
It's actually Katrina Calhoun.
Calhoun.
Yeah, I am Carmichael when I purchased my own, but I'm Calhoun now.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Ma'am, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement signed by yourself and the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, Mr. Greco, indicating that these citations are being dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
The court will enter a dismissal of these matters. Is there anything else this morning?
No, have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Ms. Calhoun, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. These are 23R008434 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Nicholas Merkel. These cases were scheduled for 8:50 a.m. It's now 11:23 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, defaults will enter in these matters. Good morning. What are you here for, please?
For a dog incident.
Is it your case or are you a victim or witness to the case?
It's my case. That's.
Thank you. These are 23RP04564 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Brent Shea. These cases were scheduled for pretrial and pre-hearing at 9 a.m. It's now 11:25 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file, which is a misdemeanor, will be set for show cause, and the B file, which is a civil fraction, will be deemed in default. Ms. Manarino, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have your officer,
No, Your
or is he
Honor.
not necessary to these
I don't
proceedings?
believe he's necessary. He had a family emergency.
Thank you. This is 23VB03373 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Kelly Whitfield. These cases were scheduled at 9 a.m. for pre-hearing. It's now 11:26 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these matters will be deemed in default. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
This is 23RP03565B, City of Romulus versus Marianne Gullickson. May I have your appearances, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Gullickson, Your Honor.
Thank you. State your name for me, please.
Mary Gullickson.
Gullickson, thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the show cause in this matter. The court has received an agreement signed by Mr. Batar and the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, Mr. Greco, indicating that this misdemeanor matter would be dismissed and that count 2 would be added, a violation of the technical requirements with a fine of $180 in agreement by the parties that property at 16275 Cedar Way will have until February 22nd, 2024, to remove or properly register and store vehicles and recreational vehicles, cut grass / weeds, and clean up property and bring it into compliance with the city's code of ordinances, or the city shall be responsible to go onto the property to remove the vehicles, cut the grass, weeds, and clean it up, or otherwise bring it into compliance, with the defendant responsible to reimburse the city for the cost of cleanup. Mr. Greco. I'm sorry, Mr. Bitar.
That is a correct statement of our agreement, Your Honor.
Ms. Gullikson, you were able to discuss this case with Mr. Bitar, and you wish to accept the plea of responsible to violation of technical requirements with the dismissal of the misdemeanor matter. Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the violation of technical requirement, dismiss the on premises misdemeanor, and assess a fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount? We'll send the matters to collections, ma'am. You may either speak to someone at the collections department, or you may submit a request online or call the court's collections department to establish a payment plan, okay? Thank you, Mr. Bitar. That concludes this matter. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, you'll probably want to go down here. While you're here in person, okay? The collections department. Hey, Mary Ann, Mr. Greco asked if you could.
Make a copy.
They're
No, it's just, I recognize that form, and that will be, we'll get to. Thank you. 23RP 054860M, City of Romulus versus Frank Mounts.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your name for me, please?
Frank Boston Mounts.
Mr. Great shirt, sir.
Thank you.
Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement indicating that this matter is dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
This case is hereby dismissed. Is there anything else, Mr. Mounts?
No, thank you.
That concludes this matter.
Two more. Two more, and then I'll get the Super Bowl champion.
Fingers crossed, right?
I'm gonna do it all right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Ms. Manarino, my apologies. I just don't want to start this and then Mr. Greco.
That's what I assumed, Jen.
Give me just couple minutes to see if we can get rid of his a few more cases. 23VB0226 AON A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus John Sprang. These cases were scheduled at 9 a.m. It's now 11:32 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these civil infraction matters will be deemed in default. We When you take that to him, would you check the hall? Give me an idea of how many people are still out there so we can,
I'm
Um,
sure.
I was gonna start the Van Buren trial if possible. Thank you. These are 23R008409 A and B, City of Romulus versus Marcus Parchman. These cases were scheduled at 9:20 a.m. It's now 11:34 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these matters will be deemed in default. Please remove your cap, sir. Thank you. Sir, have you spoken to Mr. Greco, the prosecutor? Did you reach an agreement with him? Did you reach an agreement with him? Thank you.
He has 11 that he hasn't talked to.
He has what?
11 that he hasn't talked to. But he says if he wants to do this trial. go ahead and
Thank you.
just pile them on.
I appreciate his permission. Mr. Williams? These are 23R008225 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Carlton Williams. State your name for me, sir.
Carlton Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Today is the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. The court is in receipt of an agreement signed by yourself and the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, Mr. Greco, indicating that these matters will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
The court will enter dismissal of these matters. Is there anything else this morning, sir?
No, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great day.
You're not gonna be for anything else, do you?
Do I?
Maybe, I don't know.
If you don't think so, Mr. Batar, it looks like our last case was scheduled at our last remaining case actually was scheduled at 10:50 a.m. If they're not signing with you, it's 11:37. I would deem them untimely.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr.
Good to
Batar.
see you.
Have a good day. I do. How did they get over there? I think force a habit. These are 23VB02988 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Phyllis McLennan.
Good morning, Honor. Angelina on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name for me, please.
Phyllis McLean.
Ms. McLennan, before we begin this matter that is scheduled for a bench trial this morning, there is no indication in the file that when you appeared back on November 30th that I disclosed to you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department or the Ordinance Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know that it's scheduled, and he has no impact or input on how this court rules in any matter. Ma'am, that disclosure having been made, are you still prepared to proceed with your trial this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino, do you have all necessary documents and witnesses this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Same question to you, Ms. McGlinnan. Do you have all necessary documents and witnesses?
I do, except I thought the ordinance officer would be here and I needed to ask him questions.
Did you issue a subpoena for him, ma'am?
No, I did not.
And Your Honor, I was just made aware this morning that ordinance officer Cleaner was not available due to a family situation.
That being the case, Ms. McLennan, do you wish to adjourn this matter to have the ordinance officer present? Or are you prepared to proceed without that testimony?
I would like to have him here. Yes, please, Your Honor.
Ms. Manarino? Any objection to this case being adjourned?
Your Honor, my only objection would be that Ms. Corey is here and has brought the documents that we needed for the trial and is prepared to testify. I don't know that she necessarily wants to be inconvenienced and take another day off work to come at another day. That would be my only issue with it.
That being said, Ms. Manarino, respectfully, and the ordinance officer not being present is not something that sounds as if either party anticipated. Do we take the testimony and cross of Ms. Corey and then with Officer Queener at a later date?
That's what I was
Or,
gonna suggest.
okay,
But if I could just have one.
Absolutely.
Ms. Corey.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, come up to this podium in the middle for me, please. These are 23R008333 A and B. Ms. McLennan, you may be seated. These are City of Romulus versus Randy Williams. Hi. State your name for me, sir.
Randy Williams.
Mr. Williams, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed plea agreement that indicates that you and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, have agreed that you will plead responsible to the dog at large, which is the A file, and the B file. A violation of owner responsibility ordinance would be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court will adopt the plea reached by and between the parties. Enter plea of responsible to the dog at large, assess a fine of $180 and dismiss the B file. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the 180?
No, ma'am.
Are you able to pay that today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you give us maybe 5-10 minutes, the files will be downstairs and you can pay the cashiers. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Good luck to you, sir. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Corey. She's of the opinion it would be easier to present the trial all at once. She doesn't, I think, have a strong desire to come back on another date, but is willing to do so. If that sort of accommodate.
Thank you. Mary Ann will check the schedule, see if we have any time available on the 26th of February. Otherwise, we're on to the 25th of March. 11:30 on the 26th. Are you able to, is that acceptable date to you, ma'am?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Corey?
I'm trying to check my schedule, March.
No, this is February 26th. then today's trial will be adjourned to February the 26th at 11:30 a.m. And the court will make a notation to file that the request for an adjournment is made by the defendant. So charge one to you. And Ms. Corey, if for some reason she's unavailable or that does not fit her work schedule and we need to change it, please advise sooner rather than later. Anything else, Ms. Manorino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. McGlinnan?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll see you next month. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Carter.
Hey, Ms. Martin,
How are you?
I'm fine.
I was about to throw something else down the chute because I had the wrong thing in my hand. These are 23R008407 A and B, City of Romulus versus Michael Carter. State your name for me, sir.
Michael Andrew Carter.
Mr. Carter, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement assigned by yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, indicating that this matter will be adjourned for 30 days. That you need to set up an inspection and not cancel it.
Yeah, I never canceled it.
Mr. Carter, I'm just reading what's on the paper. I'm not sure what the conversation was, but sounds like there's a story there.
Yeah, I'm new to this housing thing, and it's like, I got an inspection and they want the window sealed, but I got some brand new windows that come sealed, I mean, and they seal it, but I don't know. I don't know what else they want me to do to it. Like, I'm kind of lost, so, yeah, so.
So when ordinance comes out there and inspects them, then you'll be on the same page. And if you need to follow up with the window people, you can follow up with the window
Yes, ma'am.
people.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
February, March,
March 25th at 9.
March 25th at 9:20.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carter, what will happen is if you resolve your issue with the city, whatever it is, before that date, they'll let us know. You won't need to reappear. Otherwise, I'll see you back here on March the 25th
Yes, ma'am.
at 9:20 a.m. Is there anything else this morning?
No, ma'am. You have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies
You
have a good
too.
day. Okay. Am I all set?
You're all set unless you want to hang around. No, you sure? No. I think it's just the ones where they agree to do certain things by a certain date. That's what I'm guessing. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
These are 23R008210 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Mance. Would you state your name for me, sir?
Garland D. Mance.
Mr. Mance, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings in these matters. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, and this court has now been presented with a signed agreement which indicates that you reached an agreement with Mr. Greco. He will plead responsible, that you would plead responsible to the A file, which is a violation of technical requirements, and the B file would be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the A file, dismiss the B file, assess a fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Then what I'll have you do is stop at the court's collection department. You set up payment plan for the $180. Is there anything else, sir?
No problem.
Thank you. That concludes this
Thank you,
matter.
ma'am.
Have a good day.
blessed
These are 23VB02835 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Jeffrey Such. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing and pre-trial in these matters. They were scheduled at 9:20 a.m. It's now 11:50 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A and B files will be deemed in default, and the C file will be set for show cause. This is 23RP058870M, City of Romulus versus Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Come up to this podium for me, please, and state your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, my first name is Muhammad and last name is Ali.
Mr. Ali, today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment pretrial in this matter. You've had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, Mr. Greco. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and Mr. Greco indicating that this misdemeanor on camp premises is being dismissed. Do you have any objection to this case being dismissed?
No, thank you.
Case is hereby dismissed. Is there anything else, Mr. Ali?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. You're free to go. Thank you. These are 23VB03301 A and B, 23VB033A40M. These are Van Buren Township versus Sam Baydoun. These cases were scheduled for arraignment pretrial and pre-hearing at 10:30 a.m. It's now 11:53 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. The A file and the 384 file, which are misdemeanors, will be set for show cause. The B file will be deemed in default.
I'm done.
Yes, Manorino Law may leave the building.
Thanks, Angela. No, I'll be back on Thursday. For another special day there in that.
Not with me?
No, not with you, Judge. With Judge Oakley. We have delinquent children. And delinquent parents. You know,
Is it a long docket?
no, it's not many. We just had some weird incidents in the township lately.
No.
Children. Get them from their house, so they're not, we had a couple of them. In school? They get home from school and they go and shoot the gun in the trailer park, allegedly.
My wife's a fifth and sixth grade. And there was a kid in there in the classroom who was pleasuring himself. And they threw him out of school. Listen to this, they threw him out of school. And his mom came in and said, you showed me in the rules and regulations of school that you can't do it.
Oh.
Oh, it's a heated subject now. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
But that's the mother. Those are the type of mothers that you get in here.
That's how we don't even 65 days of school this year.
We'll see you for your FY file in a few years.
Bye, guys. See you, Angela.
Bye. I'm scared to say I've heard it all because every time I do, they say, hold my beer and show me the next one. These are 23RP 05884 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Molnar.
Yes, ma'am.
State your full name for me, sir.
Jonathan Melnar.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the show, for the pre-hearing and the arraignment pre-trial. You had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Greco, the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, and the court has received a document signed by both of you that indicates that the B and D files would be dismissed and that you will be pleading responsible to the A file, which is a parking or vehicle storage zoning violation, and the C file, which is an inoperable vehicle civil infraction. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible in the A and C files, assess a fine of $180 in each file, dismiss the B and D files. Total fines will be $360. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, sir, what I'll have you do is stop downstairs at the collections department. They'll put you on the payment plan for these matters, okay?
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. I don't even know where to start. Because you don't know where to start.
Exactly.
So she came up to the school with that explanation and then what?
It's freezing.
It is cold.
Oh, I'm so cold.
23R008381 A and B, City of Romulus versus Dasha Melchor. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing at 9:30 a.m. It's now 12 p.m. By this court's clock, defendant having failed to appear, these matters will be deemed in default. Okay, so that was mom's response, and then what?
I got kicked down to the administration building. I don't know where I went from there. You're right, though. Every time you think you've heard it all. How do you argue that? I mean, how's a mother argue that?
With a straight face.
Yeah.
You already met with the prosecutor?
I did, yes.
Did you sign an agreement with?
I did, yes.
They'll be bringing it in here shortly. Thank you.
Your Honor, apparently Mr. Bales was here this morning and signed in to see Mr. Vitar, and I'm not sure what happened.
Thank you. Give me one moment. These are 23R008325 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Alyssa Mills. Ms. Mills, come up to this podium in the middle for me, please, and state your name for the record.
Alyssa Mills.
Thank you. Ms. Mills, these cases were scheduled for arraignment pre-trial this morning. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, in this matter, and the court has received a signed agreement that indicates that you will be pleading responsible to the dog at large. It's showing as a misdemeanor, but it should be a civil infraction, and the dangerous dog misdemeanor would be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the B file dangerous dog civil infraction, dismiss the A file misdemeanor dangerous dog. impose a fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I do not.
Are you able to pay it today?
Yeah.
If you give Mary Ann maybe 5-10 minutes to put the resolution into the system, it will be downstairs. You can make payment downstairs, okay?
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I think that's all.
Thank you. Have a good day. Dog at large is never a misdemeanor, is it? It looks like they wrote it wrong. It's on the system as a misdemeanor, but it shouldn't be. It should be a civil infraction. These are 23VB03406 A, B, and C, and 23VB03407 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Wayne Bales. Please state your names for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Wayne L. Bales.
Thank you, Mr. Bales. Mr. Bales, your cases were called at 9:44 this morning. And it was Ms. Manarino, when she entered the courtroom just now, indicated that you were signed up to speak to the court-appointed attorney, Mr. Batar, who left maybe a half an hour ago. Did you still wish to speak to him?
He said that he wasn't with family. You're right.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Bale spoke with Mr. Bowditch as he was leaving. Who
Okay.
Indicated that he was not the court-appointed attorney for this courtroom. Mr. Batar was already gone at that point. So it wasn't, I don't think that he spoke with Mr. Batar this morning.
Just waiting in line for the next scene, and then when the next scene came out is when he addressed me to go see the prosecutor. So no, I was waiting for the scene. Was called.
Okay, so Mr. Bales, the question is, do you still wish to speak to the prosecutor? I'm sorry, to the court-appointed attorney.
It was just because of the situational things about what was with ordinance stuff. I had a house fire, and this was in the lieu of having my house going through. But I've had 3 contractors go off to insurance money and stuff that actually stretched out to a lengthy time to where my maintenance is kind of spent on. But I was kind of like victim to this situation. And I was using these 3 vehicles in which in the ordinance was about having a license, but there weren't drivable. I have the vehicles like stuff to go over stuff in the house, and I have a camper. And then other aspect is that one of my properties is commercial, and the other one is residential. The commercial was the allowance of having just a garage on that property, where the residential was the other. So, and those things that what was being my confusion on me, why I would believe that there could be some means to have a commercial property, whether or not the license plates on will be just not brought up to that, is that there is still both of the stuff from the home. And while I'm trying to get things resolved or to reclaim some of the money, whatnot, with contract walk off, was that I needed to get signed for the bank's next trials. There was still an extra, 180,000, whatever it was supposed to go to the next contract. I moved to this percentage, and what was is it's just been not so easy, not so aggressive moving forward. But I own these properties, and money is a little tight with me from being what.
Mr. Bales, my apologies for cutting you off, but here's the issue. There are 3 cases that are ordinance violations, and that there are 3 cases which are technically ordinance violations, but they are misdemeanor matters. You have the right to, you have the right to consult the court-appointed attorney. What I started by saying is that Mr. Bitar is gone. Do you wish the court to reset these matters so that you have the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I was just trying, this is just really confusing to try to grasp on how to understand it all, that's all.
Mr. Bales, I understand completely. I think we are full for February the 26th.
Your Honor, if I may, would the court entertain doing this on a day other than the regularly scheduled ordinance day? The only reason why I'm asking is because the demolition of the property is proceeding, the building department is handling that. In terms of timing, my only concern is that if we don't have the hearing on the vehicles until March, that it may impact things with the demolition process. So if the court would consider doing it on an off day or some other point between now and that, then.
We could conceivably do it on what's technically an off day. The issue is being sure that there is a date where there is a where there is a court-appointed attorney in the building available to Mr. Bales.
If not, could we bifurcate the case? Because the motion is scheduled on the civil infractions. And Mr. Bales would not be entitled to court-appointed attorney on the civil infractions. If the court would consider doing that, if it's not too much of an inconvenience.
It's not a matter of inconvenience. It's a matter of just figuring out when there might be someone available. We have a hearing on docket tomorrow, but that's virtual. When is our next in-person, or when are you next? On Friday?
No, I'm sorry.
Because she wants it earlier than that.
No, if we could do it on February 26th, that would be fine. My only concern was pushing it to March. If the court can squeeze us in on February 26th, that would be great.
What did we set at 11:30 on the 26th?
McLennan, the bench trial.
Will that take more than a half an hour in theory?
It shouldn't.
Let's say noon, because we get stuck behind some other stuff. Mr. Bales, we will reset these matters for February the 26th at 12 p.m.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is that a good day for you? Okay. February 26th at 12 p.m. And the way that it's labeled will let them know, let them being the court-appointed attorney know that you need to speak to someone. And I'm not sure. Thank you. Reset February 26th at 12 p.m. Anything else, Mr. Bales?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. I'll see you next month.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Oh, hello, Judge. I'm on Zoom now.
I know you're on Zoom. Are you here with Mr. Durham?
No, I sent Mr. Durham, I sent a plea sheet on Mr. Durham, but is Ms. Roberts a victim in a case of mine?
Ms. Roberts is the daughter of the dog owner in the Denise Wright case. Her dog, Denise Wright, the defendant's dog, bit Ms. Roberts' father's dog. Ms. Roberts' father is 80-ish, I believe. She's here. So I'm not sure if Ms. Wright signed in or if Ms. Roberts is free to go.
Ms. Roberts is free to go. Ms. Wright has not shown up out here in front.
Ms. Roberts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you hear Mr. Greco just now?
Yes.
Okay.
So is it gonna be rescheduled, or I don't know what the next step is, Your Honor?
Well, man, just so we're clear, these are give me 1 second, sir. You can stay where you are though, please. These are 23R008383 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Denise Wright. Ma'am, these cases were scheduled at 10:50 a.m. It's now 12:12 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. Based on her failure to appear, the matters will be set for show cause.
Okay,
If you
Your Honor.
need to join for any reason, I'm sure Mr. Greco or his office will communicate that to you, but for right now, we are not proceeding with the hearing as the defendant has failed to appear.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome, ma'am. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, Ms. Roberts.
You have a good day yourself, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna sign off and finish up my in-persons.
Thank you, Mr. Greco.
Thank you.
This is 23R007975ON. These are City of Romulus versus Richard Durham. Would you state your name for me, please, sir?
Richard Durham.
Mr. Durham, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, and the court has received a signed agreement that indicates that you will plead responsible to the violation technical requirement and pay a fine of $120. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes.
You don't sound sure.
No, I'm sure I'm just not, I'm just hard to understand that I'm literally the new homeowner on the block for everybody else. He was like, don't look at it like we're coming after you and only you. But, yeah, and that's what it looks like. I mean, you know, I mean, these other people have had their containers for over 10 years because it took 5 years to get my house built. You know, and before I had when I was clearing the property, they had their containers. One literally has this container right by his side door on a little bitty property on Merriman Road, right after you turn off at Ecos. It's like the first house. You can't miss it. You know, but I said, okay, fine. I'm just gonna sit back and watch to see if that happens.
To see if other people are cited for the storage containers?
Let's see if other storage containers are moved. Because I don't want to be the only one on the block.
You raised that issue with ordinance?
Yeah.
And they said?
I don't know. I'm a lawyer. I don't know if they've come. I don't know if they have an agreement. I don't know this and that and the other. And I told him, my only problem is times have changed about these containers. So it's really seriously hard to get a container driver because I keep my motorcycles, my lawnmowers in that container. I can't just pull them out because my garage is too small to take on 2 vehicles. Maybe my motorcycle and my small car, but not my motorcycle and my Hummer.
Is the issue that you have the container or where it is on the property?
That I have, because I had a 40 container and I sold it, which is another problem. People just want to rob you for what you have. You know, I've had turned down so many people. You know, and they agree on one price. The day they come to pick it up, they're changing the price to even lower. And I'm like, goodbye, I'm not doing it.
Mr. Durham, the court will enter the plea as presented, plea of responsible to the violation technical requirement. Assess the fine of $120. I guess I'll wait along with you to see what happens with the other storage containers. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $120?
This Friday.
This Friday, so 5 days. Anything else, Mr. Durham?
Ron, the city official that made the complaint.
I'm sorry?
The city official that made the complaint was inspecting my house. He thought that those little vents that they put in the house needed to be closed up, so he told me to close them up. the company went off on me because they weren't supposed to be closed up. They were allowing the house to breathe.
Right.
Now I have to get somebody to chip that stuff away because the company doesn't want to do it because they put it up correctly. So I literally got to pay somebody else to do what he said I had to do and found out he was wrong.
So you sealed them up. You sealed up the vents and then the company told you to unseal them?
The company told me to try to unseal them because the brake people had a fit about them being sealed.
Mr. Durham, it's my curiosity more than anything else. I can't undo or alter the agreement you reached with the prosecutor. So I've resolved this, well, we resolved this case as much as can be. Good luck with getting the vents unsealed, sir.
I don't want someone from the city that doesn't know what they're doing, but just calling out things, because I don't need to have to go behind him and straighten it out because he doesn't know what he's talking about, because I don't have the money. I pay $2,700 a month for my mortgage. I don't need to spend my money on things that don't need fixing.
Have you finished the inspection process with the city since the house has been completed?
No, I still got the company coming out, still finishing the part.
Okay. Mr. Durham, I wish I could give you some advice.
Well, how about this? If I find that he is inefficient with doing his job, can I ask for another clerk?
That's something you need to take up with the ordinance or the building inspection department at that time.
I will,
Okay?
because frankly, I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? I asked him what needs to see. Next week he comes back, or 2 weeks later, or when he decides he wants to come back. Because he sounds like, you call me up, I'll come back and take a look, right? But that's a lie. So he comes back, and then he walks through the house, and then he starts naming off other. I said, I do not have time to sit here and every week you come by, you add on this, that, and the other. I want to know what is all needed now. So that's why I don't want him anymore. I want somebody who can be straightforward with me on what needs to be done, and that is it. Because all he was interested in is those containers have to go.
Mr. Durham, good luck to you, sir.
Say that?
I said good luck to you.
I hate headaches. Do I get a copy of that?
No, sir.
No. Just have to remember.
Well, the way it happens is she puts it in and it's done. Can you print out the last page of the ROA? Thank you. We don't typically, Mr. Durham, but I'm having my secretary print out that last page and it'll show what we placed on the record today. We record our proceedings. We don't typically give you an order, but for your record purposes.
Friday's bill day.
I'm sorry?
I say Friday is usually bill day. So I like to line them up so I know what I got.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
You too.
Really? I'm gonna be like Ken. Have you been to all the applicants?
What are you waiting for?
Well, until now, I thought it was okay.
The problem, not problem, the issue is that people have grievances and they want to air them, and I hate to cut
Yeah.
people off, but it's hard to explain to people that this is not the forum for that. Sherlock and Meatball.
I know, is that funny?
It's cute.
So
What?
I guess I have to send an email to Mary Ellen, because if someone will stick around until noon to talk to that Williams guy or Bales guy.
They get the docket, right?
Yeah, but I have to say, right now, it doesn't show that at MIDC, they got it. So I'm gonna have to put it on. Not that it doesn't, you know.
It's a scheduling matter. Take your cap off for me, please. Thank you. Not 2 pages. I'm serious. Okay. These are 23R0081887A, B, 23R0081860N, 23R0081885A, and B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Jason Zambic. Sir, would you come up to this podium in the middle and state your name for me, please? Mr. Zambic, the court has received from Mr. Greco, the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, a stipulated order regarding responsibility for compliance and cleanup. The case was scheduled this morning for pre-hearing. This stipulation indicates that you are pleading responsible to 185A, 186, and 187A with fines in each file of $180. That you will pay these fines by Friday, January the 26th, that the remaining cases would be dismissed. That you will obtain a certificate of occupancy from the city to operate your business located at 6220 Burton in the City of Romulus by February 29, 2024. That if you do not obtain the certificate of occupancy by that date, you must immediately cease all business operations at the property, clean up the property, and remove all vehicles, trailers, recreational vehicles, boats, equipment, auto parts, etc. from the property. If,
Sorry to interrupt you, Your Honor. Just a discrepancy on the date. He said he was going to give me till February 28th or 29th, I believe.
that's what I said.
Oh, okay.
I said February 29th.
I thought you said January.
Nope, February 29, 2024.
Okay.
That if you have not cleaned up the property and removed all vehicles, trailers, recreational vehicles, boats, equipment, auto parts, etc. from the property, the city by and through its employees and or contractors may enter onto the property to bring it into compliance with the city's code of ordinances, including by cleaning up the property and removing all vehicles, trailers, recreational vehicles, boats, equipment, auto parts, etc. from the property, with the defendant being responsible to reimburse the city its cost associated with the removal and cleanup, and with entry of a lien against the real property for the cost of performing same, and a judgment against the defendant which may be assessed on the tax bill for the property. This stipulation is signed by both parties. Was that your understanding and agreement, Mr. Zambic?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible. Again, that is to 185A, 186, and 187A. Dismiss the remaining files. Impose fines of $180 for the 3 files where you plead responsible. That's a total of $540. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
It would be nice. I have been out of work for 3 months for a hernia surgery. Our finances are a little down right now.
Understood, sir. Then you may speak to someone in the court's collection department. They'll establish a payment plan in these matters. Do you need a copy of the signed order?
Yes, please.
Okay. Anything else this morning?
No, ma'am.
That concludes these matters, sir. You may have a seat at that table. You make 2 copies. Officer Brooks will be back with a copy for you in a moment. What is the nature of your business, Mr. Zambic?
Car sharing on Turo. The Turo platform, just car sharing cars.
Oh, really? Oh,
That's it. You know, most folks do it just out of their residences, 1 or 2 cars. We got 20 cars, and so we tried to put together this commercial property and do it off there appropriately.
is it the same kind of vehicles or are there 20 different types of vehicles?
Some of them are the same. I got, for example, 3 Camrys. I've got a couple minivans, a Toyota Sienna, a Volkswagen Roatan van. I've got a pickup truck, an F-150. I've got a bunch of little cars, Nissan Sentras, Rio. So like a variety of your just basic domestic vehicles. I don't get into sports cars or fancy cars, anything like that too much.
I would imagine the risk associated with those would not be worth it.
Exactly. The regular cars get beat up enough, let alone sports cars.
Thank you. Officer Brooks is giving you your copy. Other than that, Mr. Zembic, you're free to go. Please remember to speak to someone in collections about setting a payment plan.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Entrepreneurial spirit that is America. It's not that I want him to speak to me, he asked to speak to them, and how did he, I don't understand how he didn't speak to them. It's kind of confusing. These are 23R008221 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Kimmy Hemmons. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing at 9:40 a.m. It's now 12:32 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these matters will be deemed in default. These are 23R008404 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Jason Downs. Mr. Downs, would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please, and state your name for the record?
Jason Downs.
Thank you. Sir, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, and the court is in receipt of a signed agreement that indicates that you will plead responsible to the A file, which is a violation of technical requirements, and the B file, another count of violation of technical requirements, will be dismissed, and that a fine of $180 will be assessed. Was that your understanding with Mr. Greco?
Yes, it was.
The court will accept your plea of responsible in the A file, assess the fine of $180, and dismiss the B file. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
Are you able to pay it today?
Yes.
Give us maybe 5 minutes. Mary Ann will put the resolution in, and the file will be downstairs. You make payment at the counter, okay?
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
No, I think that's
Have a good day, sir. Thank you. So you said 9, and then we've done 3 or 4 more, so we should be down to 5 or 6. Oh, no, I missed 3. 23RP05446 AOM, City of Romulus versus Jeannie Howard. This case was scheduled for show cause at 9:40 a.m. It is now 12:36 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue. $5,010%. Based on defendant's failure to appear and the fact that there have been repeated issues regarding this property dating back to 2018. This is 23R008327BOM, City of Romulus versus Lawan Ramon. This case was scheduled for show cause at 9:40 a.m. It's now 12:37 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time on this dangerous dog misdemeanor matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 23RP055660OM. This is City of Romulus versus John Lawrence. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:50 a.m. It's now 12:38 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matter will be set for show cause. Two three R008224 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Curtis Merritt. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing at 9:50 a.m. It's now 12:39 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these matters will be deemed in default. Good morning, good afternoon. Ms. Richardson, would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please? This is 23R008324OM. State your name for me, please.
Antoinette Richardson.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment pretrial in this matter, ma'am. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, and the court has received a signed agreement by the parties indicating that this case was being dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the case is hereby dismissed. Is there anything else this morning?
No, just thank you very much.
You're very welcome. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. It's Monday. This is 23R008218ON. This is City of Romulus versus Rafshan Berdiev, BERDIEV. This case was scheduled for a pre-hearing at 10:10 a.m. It's now 12:41 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be deemed in default. This is 23RP058190M, City of Romulus versus Leonard Dervishi. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:10 a.m. It's now 12:42 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for this matter, matter will be set for show cause. These are 23R008219A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Gerald Wendland. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing at 10:10 a.m. It's now 12:42 p.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear as directed, these matters will be deemed in default. I'm telling you, Officer Brooks put up a single finger. But that's not true because there's two people in Zoom, or there's one guy still in Zoom. And just so you know, I've spent my downtime signing my on-base orders. I have been multitasking. Nope, there's still somebody on Zoom, sir. There's somebody on Zoom. Hello.
I think he shut his room off.
Yes, thank you. You can come forward, please. These are 23R008199 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Awad. Hello, state your name for me, please.
Faris Awad.
Thank you, sir. Today was a day and time scheduled for pre-hearing in these matters. You've had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and the court has received an agreement that indicates that you will be pleading responsible to the A file, which is the violation of the technical requirements, and the other two files, the B and C matters, will be dismissed, and that a fine of $180 would be assessed. Was that your understanding and agreement?
Yes, yes.
The court will adopt the agreement of the parties, enter a plea of responsible in the A file, assess a $180 fine. This agreement, Mr. Awad, also indicates that you need to register the property as vacant. The B and C files are dismissed. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
Yes, I was telling the current prosecutor, and he was very, I appreciate him listening to me because I have cancer and I have like uncurable CS2 in my bladder, and I take care of two brothers with mental illness. And my house just lost it for foreclosure. So I'm trying to sell it before I have 45 days of the redemption. And so if you can please, Your Honor, give me some time. I mean, I'll pay it the minute I have, but it just right now, I'm honestly like in a very bad financial situation, especially that I've been like not working for over a year, like, not being able to do anything.
Then, sir, what I will have you do is stop downstairs and speak to someone in the collections department. They'll be able to put you on the payment plan that fits around the other things that you need to attend to,
I
okay?
appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
No worries. Anything else, sir?
No, I just wanted to ask you now, originally there was $180 when we first had is that the same 180? Because I haven't paid it yet, was like.
There were some other cases.
And I was asked back then if I didn't pay it within 30 days that when I come back to court to ask you, but the court was delayed a couple of times because I was understanding it was Zoom last time. I had the Zoom paper and I waited for like 6 hours, but I was like reading the Holy Book. I always do that when I'm in my spare time. And then I found out it was in person, so they postponed it another.
There are two separate blocks of cases. There are these three cases from today.
Yes.
And then there had previously, but not three cases, there have previously been two cases. So if you need to ask downstairs the status of these matters, the only three cases I have are the three that we talked about, just the three case numbers we put on the record just now.
You're okay to give me more time, like on the payment, right? Like
They understand that
they understand.
they set the payments, I don't.
Okay, okay.
I just make a notation that the
Oh, I
file is
see.
going to the collections department so that they know it's beyond the 5 days. They
Okay.
know automatically by virtue of you being down there.
Okay, no.
Okay.
problem. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Very kind, you know, thank you. God
Have a
bless
good
you.
day, sir.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Mr. Greco, you don't get away that fast, sir. I'm putting you in with Mr. Few.
Oh.
These are 23R008332 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Chanel Newsom. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing at 10:20 a.m. It's now 12:48 p.m. by this court's clock. The defendant having failed to appear. These matters will be deemed in default. Two, three VB 03300 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Karima Hawkins. These cases were scheduled for arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing at 10:30 a.m. It's now 12:49 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A file misdemeanor will be set for show cause. The B file civil infraction will be deemed in default. When you go down, those are for Mackenzie, please. Thank you.
Is that all of them?
That's
And-
all of them.
And you have a resolution on the Mr. Few matter, if he can be moved back in? Oh, can I do it?
I'm here. No, you're fine.
Oh, okay, yeah, I couldn't do it, so. All right, ladies, I'll talk.
Turn your video on for me, please, Mr. Few. This is 23RP 059620N, City of Romulus versus Few. State your name for me, sir.
Deron Few.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing. Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding?
We're amending the charge to a double parking ticket with a recommended fine of $130 to resolve this case.
Mr. Few, that's how you wish to proceed, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the double parking, impose a fine of $130. Do you need more than 5 days to pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, Mr. Few, what we will have you do is contact the court's collection department. You'll set a payment plan on that $130. Other than that, that concludes the matter, sir. You're free to log off.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, that concludes this court's docket for the day. We've already taken care of the failures to appear. You have a good day, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Mary Ann, this court will stand adjourned.
Yes,